Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Hello. How are we doing? Just fine and wonderful today. Holy crap, all this stuff is still on me. I actually forgot that was there. Good to know this stuff just stays there. We're gonna get rid of Goobert. We'll get rid of Dumb for now. I literally kind of forgot those were there. But how we doing? Doom, you got your stuff working? Hell yeah. How's the dragon class? I don't remember exactly what it was called, but it's dragon something. Pretty lady. Killing stuff with kindness and swords and stuff. Okay. So, today, we are going to do probably the same thing, but in a different format. Maybe. So I don't quite lose my mind. Or whatever. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where's my mouse? There it is. Found it. Stop looking. Basically a wizard. Let's see. Let's see. So if I grab this. Window. Always on top. Put it down here. Make it like this big. Maybe. Maybe this will work. We gotta open up this. Sorry, I'm doing stuff in the background. I'm sorry. Let's see. Hide that for now. Put that there. Hide that. Get the gummy worms and get the nerds. Put them in doing that. Trolley nerds. Trolley gummy nerds. Didn't they already make something like that? It's like nerd ropes or something. Kind of different, but kind of the same. Okay. Where? Okay, I have a watch later list. But for some reason, it's filled with videos that are like 10 plus years old. And I don't know why. Because I thought I was putting stuff in here for like legit like watching. But they are not. And I don't know why these are all 10 plus years old. Let's see here. Maybe if I scroll through here. No. And this is all like really old stuff. I don't know why this is here. I honestly didn't even think these were like the same YouTube account. Hmm. Love how it says 6 videos are hidden. Why? Why are they hidden? What did they do? I want to find that Wook Lamont one. That's one I wanted to watch today while doing shiny stuff. Should have swore I put. There it is. Wook Lamont was never supposed to exist. 210,000 more to go. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I just looked over at my stream and saw 210 for Monkey. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Alright, be warned, Doom. This next frame may jump scare you. It's the most frightening thing you've ever seen, and I'm going to do everything I can to prepare you for it, but I don't think I can. Are you ready? You ready for the jump scare? 3, 2, 1. Ah! It's Wooklamont. Why am I so tiny again? I want to be like this big. Or, I don't know, maybe down here. I don't remember what I was doing yesterday. We'll be like that big. It's fine. It's whatever. It's a job application. No, not that scare. I would never jump scare you that bad. Okay, so if I put my video here and I put my switch here, haha. Or should I put it like I can't put it over me like on my belly or something. I don't have that kind of power. I can still do stuff. You can still hear it. But I don't know if we want the sound. Hold on. I don't think I can turn the sound down. What do you think? This works. We'll still be shiny hunting. Let me make sure my numbers work. They do! I mean, I figure we might as well do something other than just that, because I don't know about you, but during the last like hour or two, my brain was starting to rot. Honest D and H Doodle. So funny enough, Honest D is my main account. This one I made because me and my brothers were testing the Nintendo Family Plan thing, trying a few things out with it. So it exists specifically for no reason, and I've just never deleted it. All right, let's see here. Actually, I don't think I have this up. Nope. I'm over here. Do auxiliary. Perfect. Okay. Make you a little bit smaller. I think that'll work. Alright, we ready to learn why Wuk-Lamat shouldn't exist? Or what was the name of this?
For about
No. Wuk-Lamat was never supposed to exist. So, implying that they were not planned or were not initially part of the story. Bling! Okay, so, long story short, and Doom can probably correct me on any parts that I kind of miss. So, this character right here, Wuk-Lamat, this lion-esque lady, she is one of the main story companions for Final Fantasy XIV Online, the newest expansion. And it kind of turned out to be she was almost forced into main character role while not she was just a very terribly written character and initially had immensely horrible voice acting done. Like the voice actor just wasn't trying, or it was like a new role or something. But it was real bad. It was very bad, and like she was just not a good character. And a lot of people are actually quite turned off to Final Fantasy XIV solely because of this character. Yes, Mary Sue is another way to she's very very not undeserving of her power sets and abilities, and she was just very bad, just terrible. And so now we have a video about has one expansion and has half the word count of characters. Yeah, she spoke a lot. She had a lot more to do with things that just didn't mean anything. It was very bad, very very bad. So I'm kind of excited to see how much this person has dug into stuff, how much like we get to know stuff like that. I'm pretty easy to please when it comes to stories, and Dawn Trail was just awful. I don't think the story of Dawn Trail itself, I think the idea they were going for was an interesting one. It was just the execution with the characters that they gave us was very awful. Very, very awful. So this is what we will be watching while I attempt to continue shiny hunting. This is an idea I had, and hopefully it works out. Alright, here we go. Hopefully I'm not covering too much. Let's go.
Months, I've been writing and rewriting a gargantuan treatise on the story of Dawn Trail now that patch 7.3 officially concluded the expansion's narrative. That script is not the one that I'm reading to you now. I realized after 10 or 20,000 words that none of you out there need to be convinced that Dawn Trail as a story is an unmitigated disaster and a complete betrayal of the standard of writing quality that Final Fantasy XIV built its reputation upon. Besides, others have already done a better job at that than I ever could. So what is this video about? What could I possibly have to say about this expansion story that hasn't already been said before? This video is about a theory, something of a conspiracy theory you might say, which is enshrined within the title of the video. Wuk-Lamat should never have existed. That isn't clickbait or sensationalism, that is the heart, the only explanation that I can provide to you all for Creative Studio 3's decision to draw the rest of the horse that way. I'll lay it out for you. It's my opinion that Dawn Trail, during its earliest stages of development, was not about Wuk-Lamat, and that her character was inserted into the plot later for reasons.
Well, that's actually evident, because if I remember correctly, and I'll have to look this up to prove it, but I remember when they first announced Dawn Trail, they had kind of they had advertised it as, all right, you as the hero, as the warrior of light, the warrior of shadow, all this stuff, you have defeated a literal cosmic entity, and you deserve a break. And Dawn Trail was kind of pitched as, like, it's still going to be a good game, and they're going to give us enemies to fight, dungeons to do. But Dawn Trail was supposed to be the break our hero deserved. We weren't going to be fighting some cosmic being. We weren't going to be, it was supposed to be go to these islands, this place we haven't been to before, learn new things, just have a break from being this ultimate superpower, always being called on. Like, this was our vacation. That's what I remember them pitching it as. And so, to be honest, when we came to it and Wook Lamont was like this huge portion of it, it was kind of weird, you know? That's what I remember it supposing to be when they first announced it. At least that's how I took it.
That I'll speculate on at the end of the video. To take it a step further, after examining the totality of Dontrell's narrative over the last 2 months and discussing the story with friends and many of my viewers for over a year, I contend without a shadow of a doubt that Dontrell is meant to be a story about Kona. You're skeptical, I understand. The video's only just begun, after all, but I'm confident that by the time I lay out my theory in full and this video reaches its
I'll be honest, the only reason I'm skeptical is because Wook Lamont radiated so much I don't care energy. I honestly didn't care about most of the characters surrounding Wook Lamont, so I don't honestly remember this guy that well. I think he was like one of the contenders. I don't fully remember, but I don't. Whatever.
apex, even the most skeptical of you will realize that I am correct. Dontrell is a narrative catastrophe rife with contrivances, inconsistent characterizations, and an inability to maturely tackle its own themes. And it all stems from, in my estimation, a desperate pivot away from one protagonist to another, which required a gargantuan effort to restructure a plot that was built for Kona and not for Wook Lamont. An effort which ultimately ended in failure. Get comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, this is why Wook Lamont should never have existed.
The pitch meeting.
Let's start at the beginning. January 16th, 2024. Final Fantasy XIV release patch 6.55 to set the stage for the release of Dawn.
One of the best characters ever introduced. I loved Zero. The whole story around her and the whole thing with Final Fantasy IV. Oh, dude, I loved this whole expansion, leading the story, everything. This, personally, one of my favorite expansions. But I'm also very biased when it came to the Final Fantasy IV, the one they were going off of. So, little bias there.
In that patch, we were introduced to the cat of the hour herself, Wook Lamont, who quickly pitches the Warrior of Light to infiltrate a foreign country and sway a political power struggle in her favor. While I appreciate that the writers seem to recognize the absurdity of the situation for a brief moment, what with this head of a foreign state sailing across an ocean to conscript us for her campaign with nary a platform or a slogan to work with, the dialogue option to say, "Get your politics out of my video games," was refreshing, yet ultimately futile. We're then treated to an extended point-by-point presentation of Wook Lamont's personality traits. All of her ambitions, her anxieties, her bravado. All the while, there's another character off-screen in the exact same location, interacting with many of the same people and places that we already spent a substantial portion of the expansion interacting with, who happens to come from the same country and who shares the same ambitions and anxieties as Wook Lamont. I am, of course, referring to everyone's favorite nerd with a gun, Kona. I want you to really consider the logistics of the situation. The writers decided that it would be more believable to put Wook Lamont on a boat and have her sail across an ocean in order to recruit the savior of the universe, with absolutely no guarantee that he or she would accept the challenge. Meanwhile, it would have taken Kona roughly 75 seconds to lightly stroll from the studium to wherever you are to make the same proposition. Then there's the pitch itself.
True.
Consider the situation. There's a foreign nation that is preparing to undergo a generational transfer of power. For some reason, the process of that transfer of power has been reduced to a scavenger hunt between a trueborn heir and his adopted siblings. And also this guy. Wook Lamont is determined to win the right of succession to prevent her brothers, Zoralja, from plunging the nation into a war of conquest and to preserve the peace that her beloved father secured when he united the disparate peoples of Tural. Ultimately, that is the same goal as Kona's, except Wook Lamont is missing the how. Kona values technology and progress to a fault. His entire character arc is about learning to put people before progress. And the story goes to great lengths to reveal that his methods are overwhelmingly successful, so the only flaw in Kona's motivation is that it doesn't center people, it centers progress. Between Zeralja and Kona, Dawntrail has dueling ideologies vying for control over a nation. Both men have a unique vision for the future of Tuliolal. With more competent writing, we could have had a version of Zeralja who had compelling justifications for his ambition to militarize the country. There could have been a mounting foreign threat on the borders of Tuliolal, or a famine that has left the people starving and desperate, inspiring Zeralja to pursue conquest for vital resources. I don't know, anything would have been more interesting than what we've got. So where does Wuk-Lamat fit into the picture? Her ambition is to change nothing, to preserve the status quo. She wants to prevent the war that Zeralja promises, but she has no independent vision for the future of the country that she hopes to rule over. Her grand desire is to keep a country that she is completely ignorant about encased in amber. Where there should be a compelling motivation, there is only a vacuum. My explanation is, as you might have guessed, that this redundancy is due to the fact that Wuk-Lamat did not exist when the writers thought up the rite of succession. Being inserted into the story
Yeah, I'll admit, I think one of the things I remember most that I was kind of miffed about when playing was how much I was basically supposed to like Wuk-Lamat, but every single quest you did, kind of like you said, she was ignorant to everything. Like I know there's the archetype of like the silver spoon spoiled child that knows nothing about the land that they're destined to rule or whatever. But like Wuk-Lamat was like not that archetype, but was presented as such. She lived there and traveled, but somehow knows nothing. No, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, if she was the spoiled brat that thought she deserved the throne and then went on to learn all these things and realizes, holy crap, I'm an idiot, then yeah, that would have been a little bit more believable. But she's not the spoiled brat. She's, like, you would almost expect, as you go with Wuk-Lamat, she traveled, she went around, she went places. You would think that going around her own nation and learning about the people would be just natural, you know? Like, she almost, like, half the time, like, you'd be like, oh, I love these people. And then you do the quest, and she's like, I have no idea. What? What's a tradition? You know? So it's like, that was the thing that always threw me off. She was two archetypes that didn't fit together. You know, so like I get what he's saying, though, with my own little spin on top, because that's how I felt when I played. Like, this guy, again, I don't remember a lot about him because I admit I just didn't care as much. An old man, because that's my go-to voice when I'm just impersonating. I wasn't trying hard. I wasn't trying. But like this guy, like, there's a part of me that almost wants to go back and replay it just to kind of learn more. Because I do remember him. And he was the one that Urianger was with, wasn't he? And I remember actually liking him because, like, he bounced off of Urianger a lot. And, like, they worked together and worked things out, and things always went well for them. And you know what? I think I remember streaming one time. And I made the joke that I want to join Urianger's party. I actually remember this. He wasn't in the main story much. But every time he showed up, he was always like, yeah, we did this, and this, and we were able to solve this problem because we found this out, and this out. And Wuk-Lamat's like, I block big avalanche with my axe, and what are we talking about? So yeah, I get what he's coming from.
After the fact, there was little room for her motivation to take that wasn't already occupied more substantially by Kona. So let's imagine the pitch to participate in the rite without Wuklamot. Kono arrives for the first time, camera panning from the floor to his ears as he strides towards you, before making his grand proposition. I am the son of the Dawn Servant of Tuliyola. My brother seeks the throne to plunge our nation into a war of conquest. I want to bring the knowledge of the studium to my people to improve their lives and secure their futures. Help me take the throne before my brother destroys it. Now, I'm not just writing fanfic.
See, I'm not gonna lie to you. If that is what came to me in the pre-patch, oh yeah, I'm on board. Like, I'm still not for like political discourse stuff, but that's something I feel like a Final Fantasy character had been like, all right, bro, let's go. Let's do this.
Let me explain why I believe that the scene I just described to you was likely how Dawn Trail played out in the early stages of its development. First, it's a more economical use of characters, of established locales, and of Endwalker's world building. Obviously, Endwalker heavily featured the studium as an antagonistic force, an expository device, and as a way to help our heroes save the universe. To then feature a character from the studium to...
Speaking of one of the best written characters ever, right here. Oh, her name is suddenly slipping my tongue. I literally just had it. Damn it. Doom, help! Ishtola, yeah! I knew it started with a Y. Ishtola. Like, if you played, like, actually played from the very beginning and didn't skip stuff, I feel like, I mean, all of the Scions are amazing. Beautiful story from start to where we are. But I feel like Ishtola, right underneath Minfilia, is like one of the best written characters in the game. And I say that by saying like Urianger and like all of them, they're only like a few steps behind. It's not like a huge gap. But Ishtola, like where she started to where she is amazing. Alize very much. I kind of go back and forth on Alize and boy Alize. But I don't know. I like them. They have their moments, and they don't use them too much, but they have their moments. I like them. They're not bad.
Be the protagonist of a new
Alphino, yeah.
in the world creates a running thread between
boy Alize.
Plus, having spent so many years studying in Old Charlie, Kona also struggles with being a fish out of water upon returning to Tural, just like Wuklamot. Yet another redundancy between their characters, although it's more believable in Kona's case, since he was gone for years and Wuklamot wasn't. Let's also not neglect to mention that if it was Kona that we were dealing with, then the writers wouldn't have had to justify Wuklamot, who is notably prone to seasickness and who is the potential heir to a kingdom, sailing across the ocean alone, with no guarantee that she would secure the Warrior of Light support in her campaign. It doesn't make sense. It isn't economical storytelling. Second, everything that happened to Wuklamot in her introductory storyline would have been more fitting if it had happened to Kona. There are two notable events during Growing Light when Wuklamot was introduced. First, the hunt, then dinner. Wook suggests the hunt so as to ingratiate herself to the Warrior of Light, but remember why we went on the hunt in the first place. Surveyors at the Aetherfont had called for help with a dangerous creature. These surveyors could just as well have been peers of Kona's, giving the situation more urgency for him personally and accomplishing the classic scriptwriting trope of saving the cat for our new protagonist. Wuklamot's anxiety in battle would have also been more befitting for Kona, who doesn't share Wook's imposing form and who doesn't wield a weapon as threatening as an axe that's as tall as two Lalafels in a trench coat. Then, of course, there is the dinner scene. Wook's intolerance for spicy food is played for laughs and to endear her to the audience, but again, it is very difficult to believe that this hulking warrior would struggle with tolerating spicy food. It's quickly established that Wuklamot loves tacos, and listen, I'm just not gonna buy that a person who is as enthusiastic about tacos as Wuklamot is hasn't built up a tolerance to spicy food. You just can't sell me on that. Now, imagine Kona in that.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting fact. I mean, you think about it, like, tacos inherently are just normally kind of spicy. And she can't handle spicy food? It's little things like that you never really put together, but yeah, huh.
Struggling to keep his collected composure as the pain builds. It makes more sense, doesn't it? He's a nerdy bookworm who's distanced himself from the culture of his homeland.
Isn't Spice an American thing where the place she's from is based off of? I don't think Spice is an American thing. I mean, if anything, I thought we were made fun of for not like having spice. Like salt and pepper was all we did. I think spice is more of a world thing. Kind of depends. Like some people like, hot. Some people like spicy. Some people like sweet. I don't think it's an American thing. Yeah.
In pursuit of foreign knowledge, and who's probably subsisted entirely on Archon loaf for years. Being intolerant to spicy food for someone with that kind of palate makes more sense. The third and final point for this section is in anticipation of a counterpoint that at least one of you is already writing in the comments. I imagine that you're writing something along the lines of, but Ember, if Wuklamot was removed from the story and the plot focused entirely on Kona, then there wouldn't be a reason for Thancred and Urianger to travel to the New World to support Kona's claim to the throne and oppose you. Of course, you are correct. While the removal of Wuklamot from the story would undoubtedly make it more economical, my theory undermines the most crucial pillar of Dontrail's storyline, which, as you know, is the conflict between the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Can you guys believe that Yoshida himself went on stage during the first reveal of Dawntrail at Fan?
As Hope's Light dawns once more, here looks new rising new alongside Alphino and Alize, the Narvel Warrior of Light, embarks upon the journey across the Indigo Deep, should rumor them.
And he sold us on the Scions being pitted against each other. Full transparency, I thought that was a great idea. I mean, what kind of enemy do you give these characters after they've saved the universe? Why not each other? So here's my rebuttal. 14 has done a wonderful job of depicting characters who are ideologically opposed to our protagonists as sympathetic and relatable.
Well, see, that's literally what I was saying. Is like I remember when this expansion was first pitched, I thought it was supposed to be like like more or less a vacation for the Warrior of Light, basically, and like, what's a vacation if not just having fun with your friends and being opposed to each other, quote unquote? That's more of a game. It's a rival thing. Like you don't hate each other. Like it would make more sense.
Are notable examples. So, what if the Scions became embroiled in a foreign power struggle and opposed one another on an ideological basis rather than simply a plot contrivance? At the time, I had full faith that the writers could handle an internal strife between this beloved cast of characters. I was wrong, of course, but how was I supposed to know then what I know now? That plot essentially exciting internal conflict between the Scions culminated into a single animation from Thancred during Dawntrail's first dungeon, like a programmed automaton that you drift past on a Disney ride. So if we were to imagine a version of Dawntrail with Kona as the sole protagonist and with Wuklamot on the cutting room floor, then the conflict between the Scions wouldn't make sense, except in the version of Dawntrail that we have, it also doesn't make sense. This so-called internal conflict is yet another plot contrivance, which only came into existence as a result of needing to salvage some semblance of structure in a messy plot. A mess that was created by shoving an overpowering and ubiquitous character into the forefront of a story that wasn't designed for her. The more that I examine this introductory storyline, the more obvious it becomes that these scenes were not written for Wuklamot. They were written for Kona, and Wuklamot was inserted over them after the fact. In its current form, the writing isn't economical, the logistics of the situation aren't believable, and the characterization of Wook is just inconsistent. Listen, we've only scratched the surface of this examination, and we haven't even made it to the expansion proper, but maybe you're already beginning to understand why I'm putting this theory forward. As we get further into Dawntrail's story, I think you'll find that the evidence supporting my claim that Wuklamot should never have existed to be more than a little compelling.
What was Dawntrail about?
Let me ask you a question. What exactly was Dawntrail about? Think about it, really. What was the central theme? On some level, one might answer that question by pointing to the idea of peace through mutual understanding that Wuklamot's character embodied. But I think that the central theme is learning to let
story
go.
sucks too.
Aranville and Kafkiwa,
her
parents, Wuklamot, and both her father and her surrogate mother. There are other examples too. The Mamulja letting go of their ambition to produce more blessed siblings. Kona letting go of his ambition to become Dawn Servant. The Endless letting go of their facsimile of existence. Not to mention that the characters who aren't willing to let go are poised as the villains, right? Zaralja can't let go of his eternal grudge against his father. Endless Fiend can't let go of her directive. Calyx doesn't want to let go of his existence. You would be hard-pressed to convince me that letting go wasn't the core thematic tenet of Dawntrail.
Not gonna lie, I have no idea who this is. I don't remember her at all. Or him. I'm not sure. Very feminine. Yeah, this one I don't remember. This might be after I played. Post story? Okay, yes. I finished the main campaign and there wasn't anything left to do. And I even didn't want to like do my gathering and crafting stuff. Like I was just so done.
Which makes it more than a little bit like Endwalker. Now, I'm not going to sit here and argue that Kona being the protagonist instead of Wuklamot would have changed any of that, because I don't really believe that it would. However, there is a different thematic thread across the two halves of Dawntrail, one being the right and the second being Alexandria, if Kona was in the leading role instead.
I admit I did like the idea of Alexandria though. It was a cool idea.
In my opinion, is more consistent with the events of the plot, and it allows for a more satisfying conclusion to the conflict stemming from the cultural clash between Tuliolal and Solution 9. What's my evidence? Let's start with Calyx. Set as a foil for Wuklamot, Calyx is a weird villain. His ambition is an extension of Endless Fiend's directive, an eternal hellbent on prolonging his existence at all costs. Wuklamot is a lover of peace, and she seemed to be as smitten as the rest of us were with Spheen's character design, but that's kind of the extent of her philosophical opposition to Calyx. She opposes him strictly on the basis that he hurts people that Spheen likes, and she doesn't like that. Not a bad reason per se, but not as interesting if you put Kona in her place. Against Wuklamot, Calyx is just a bad guy. Against Kona, Calyx is a warped reflection of the self, a premonition which reveals the logical conclusion of Kona's untouched worldview: progress over people. Calyx has dedicated himself to solving the greatest problem in the universe, the inescapable consequence of life which hangs over all beings like an eternal sword of Damocles: death. And he has spared no expense in achieving that end, exhausting every available resource, including the people of Alexandria. Not to give the narrative of Dawntrail more credence than it deserves, but the dynamic that could have existed between Kona and Calyx is at least somewhat interesting, as it reveals a sort of Jungian shadow to the story's protagonist, forcing him to confront himself as much as defeat his adversary. I would argue that, with Kona in the lead role instead, the defeat of Calyx cements Kona's character arc from a dispassionate inventor to a leader who puts people over progress, a stark condemnation of the villain's worldview. Or you just get this. So there's that piece of evidence. Now, let's zoom out a bit. Just look at the setting of the latter half of Dawntrail. I mean, seriously, just look at this place. Then look at him. Solution 9 is as much a foil as Calyx is to Kona, not to Wuklamot. For Wuk, she's just a fish out of water when she's walking in front of this gigantic graphics card. For Kona, he's being given a glimpse of his ideal vision for the future of Tudal, which is dripping with irony. Witness your utopia. All of your hopes and dreams manifest and despair. Now that is good writing. Remember the driving motivation behind Kona's campaign for the throne. The Rite of Succession was an opportunity to transform Tudal into something different, something better. You can easily imagine that if Kona had access to all of the time and resources that Calyx had, Tuliolal would resemble a place like Solution 9 eventually. Therein lies the crux of the story, the moral lesson of Kona's character arc. He gets a taste of everything he's ever wanted, only to realize that there's more to life than progress, thus confirming that he is a worthy heir to the throne. I mean, it's so easy. This idea that Dawntrail was originally written for Kona and not for Wuklamot becomes increasingly obvious whenever you take 2 minutes to consider the entire sequence of the expansion's events. From Wuklamot barging onto the scene to Creative Studio 3 desperately declaring that somehow the Ascians returned. Just think about it. Somehow. Why would they write a story like Dawntrail, which culminates into a desperate struggle against a technologically superior adversary, without including the character whose sole ambition is to become technologically superior? And just to remind you, it's not like Kona's proficiency is ever downplayed. As a matter of fact, the plot goes to great lengths to emphasize how resourceful, capable, and talented Kona is when it comes to solving problems with inventions. Looking at everything that I've laid out, how can you possibly deny that this journey was meant for anyone but Kona? And had the story featured Kona instead of Wuklamot, then Dawntrail would have been immediately improved. The storytelling would have been more economical, requiring fewer logical and logistical leaps to justify character placement and motivation. The central conflict of the right would become more focused between two contrasting visions for the future, rather than featuring a vision for the future that boils down to maintaining the status quo. And of course, the totality of Dawntrail's themes are satisfied by presenting the setting of Solution 9 and the villain of Calyx as the Jungian shadow of the protagonist. It just makes sense.
Yeah, she did. I remember the
original, over a year since Dawntrail launched.
That original voice acting. Sweet, don't do this. Like, I just, don't even.
In that time, I have come to terms with the fact that Final Fantasy XIV's story will forever be weighed down by this chapter in its ongoing development. I've been at peace with my growing suspicion that the story will probably fluctuate between mediocre and embarrassing for the remainder of its life service. And while I don't believe that placing Conan in the lead role of Dawntrail would have redeemed the expansion's plot, it is incredibly frustrating to realize that this middling story was ruined beyond repair by someone's insistence that Wuklamot should take center stage. And I think I know the reason.
The end of trust.
Now we arrive at the $17,000 question. Why? If what I'm saying is true, and Wuklamot's inclusion in Dawntrail was not only unnecessary, but totally contrived, then what reason would Creative Studio 3 have to shove her into the lead role? Some of you out there are thinking to yourselves, well, Ember, the answer is obvious. It's because of woke, BlackRock-funded NGOs pushing DEI and gender spectrum ideology to turn your wife gay and your dog trans. To that, I say this. If you truly believe that Yoshi P is meeting with the Bilderberg group in a shadowy room to figure out how to propagandize to the dwindling player base of Final Fantasy XIV,
to be honest, I honestly didn't know. Like, well, let me rephrase that. I thought Wuklamot was just an advertisement in the original cinematic for the female. I don't even remember what their race is called. Because wasn't it this expansion that they allowed you to have female versions? Before this, it was just males. So I honestly thought Hrothgar, yeah. I honestly thought like she was just the, oh look, this is what the female ones look like. I didn't think she was gonna be anything more than that. You know? But I could see them even trying to push it like, well, what if we made her like an important character so that way we're pushing the female Hrothgar thing? Like, I mean, that's as far as I ever thought about it. I didn't think it was DEI. This is Square. Like, yeah, Square has worked with, DEI stuff before, but I feel like with something like Final Fantasy, they've been very protective of it and they don't want to change a lot. Granted, they have kind of been doing a lot more towards like what's it called? Globalization. They want a global audience, and they've recently been starting to push against that. So we'll see what that makes of it. But Final Fantasy has always been something they've been pretty protective of, and they don't allow a lot of stuff to be added to it. I think the most they had was in the newest Final Fantasy VII remake, but it wasn't like crazy, So I never really thought it was that. I just thought she was a female Hrothgar advertisement, and then she became a main character and ruined everything.
In order to bring about a godless, genderless, bug-eating, pod-dwelling new world.
Speaking of people who should be main character, look right here. See this? Kryl? She deserves a main character spot. I'd follow Kryl anywhere. She would say jump into lava, it's safe, and I'd do it and die thinking she was still right.
Order, then I have a gigantic bridge to sell you in Tuliolab. I would invite you to rejoin us in reality, which is sadder and perhaps more insulting. Obviously, this entire video is
has nothing to do with Lalas. I just love Kryl. She's amazing.
Rejection. I fully accept that. Do your worst. Before I reveal my answer to the question of why hanging over this video, allow me to ask what listen to me. Obviously, she is an expository device meant to act as a blank slate upon which the writers can introduce the players to these fascinating cultures such as Town Covered in Dirt and El Paso. The thing is, her ignorance is both unbelievable within the context of the story and insulting to the intelligence of the audience. Once upon a time, Final Fantasy XIV felt like real literature. Here was a game with enough text to make even the densest of visual novels blush. Yet each word felt finely crafted, lovingly placed, and deliberate. Which
that's one thing new Final Fantasy XIV players, I don't think anyone could ever prepare them for. Just get ready. You're not playing a game. You're experiencing one. Only Final Fantasy character I know is Cloud. That's the only one you need. Let's be honest. You know Cloud, you know the best of them. I would say Squall is a pretty close second, but Cloud's all you really need. Oops, I didn't reset.
hours could pass without touching a keybind. Regional accents were carefully written into the dialogue, and the prose itself, while often verbose, was rich, substantial, and believable. In all of that reading, in all of those lines of text, there was trust. Trust from the writers to the players that we could handle dense language, face difficult themes, and grapple with complex moral quandaries. You see, in my opinion, Wuklamot
Clive was 16, wasn't he?
Dissolution of that trust. Her
I never actually played 16. I think I did a bit, but it wasn't what I played a lot of.
I'm not suggesting that they hate us. I'm suggesting that they no longer trust us to adequately engage with dense or challenging storytelling. Wuklamot is, as insulting as this may sound, a stand-in for you and me. She's ignorant because we're ignorant, and we're meant to witness the peoples and places of the new world through her eyes. And because the writers are suddenly and inexplicably courting general audiences, the substance of the content is ground to a nub, resulting in a script that reads like an inoffensive travel brochure. Once upon a time, the 13 story seemed
that's a great way to put it, actually.
Players. I think of the betrayal by the Crystal Braves and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn being scattered to the winds. The consequences were heavy.
Yeah, that, oh my god. Like, talk about the first, like, gut punch to the whole series right here. I remember that, because, like, I was still trying to kind of hurry through the expansions because I wanted to play with, everybody, with all the endgame content. But I was still taking enough time to actually experience the story. It took me months to do. But, like, I remember this was, like, the first major gut punch of the series. Like, this was the first, like, holy crap, we failed on a cataclysmic level. Holy, like, and this is when, like, everyone got scattered, but this is when Y'shtola went blind, wasn't it? This is when she initially went blind. Because of the spell reaction in the sewers. They're going to receive an education on their own people at Dansha. Yeah, she's ignorant to the people she's lived amongst her whole life. And good character building it's good for Alphino and Alize. Alize was unfortunately pushed to the background for a lot of expansions. She didn't have a lot to do for like 2 or 3 expansions. The Aether too long. Yeah.
Thancred lost his ability to manipulate ether. Y'shtola lost her sight. Minfilia ended up in another dimension. I remember thinking to myself, oh, no one is safe in this story.
I forgot that Minfilia has been gone the whole time. I actually forgot she was gone for that long. Holy cow. Damn. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's been so long since that moment, I forgot where certain beats picked up. Holy cow. I only played Final Fantasy 15 and 7 Remake, and that was little. I mean, they're good games. They're not bad. I would say if you really want the Final Fantasy experience, play either 4, 6, 7, 8, and maybe 10. But I'd say put 10 on a back burner. 4, 6, 7, and 8 are probably the best Final Fantasies out there. The only reason I don't say 9 is because that is the only one I have yet to play.
Die, they could experience irrevocable change. I think of the moral quandary of Yotsuyu after she lost her memories, or the tenuous extension of peace that the Alamegans offered to Fordola, or the compelling justifications made by Varys in his meeting with the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, or the brutality of Teslian's transformation into a Sin-Eater, or Quintus'
I remember that.
Dishonor.
That
the story
sucked.
Demonstrated a willingness to challenge its audience.
That was terrifying.
Requires trust. Dawntrail lacks that signature challenge, so it follows too that it lacks trust. Now, all of the Scions are figuratively encased in amber. They could never earn new scars or have their perfectly preserved states altered by a new experience or an insurmountable challenge or a great tragedy. None of the characters that we encounter in our travels offer meaningful opposition to us, and they certainly don't raise challenging philosophical questions. Instead, Dawntrail gave us her, and I'm not entirely convinced that it was supposed to. Wuklamot is not just a badly written character set at the center of an ill-conceived expansion. She is a testament to the future of Final Fantasy XIV storytelling, which will be toothless, sanitized, inoffensive, and worst of all, boring. It's obvious that, after examining the complete plot of Dawntrail, Kona was meant to be the character with whom we journey. At this point, if you remain unconvinced, then I can help you. Why do you think so many critical moments in the story had to happen off-screen? For example, we never got to see Wooklamot wrangle an alpaca because it would have been too late to animate that scene or build a gameplay scenario by the time the team decided to put Wooklamot into the story. It couldn't be more obvious that Wooklamot was desperately inserted into the game late into its development for fear of alienating modern audiences and potentially challenging them too much. Something that Creative Studio 3 was never afraid of in the past. The box art for this expansion might as well have a massive neon sign that says, "We don't trust you to handle literature above a 3rd grade reading level." Here's a cooking competition where we keep the ideologically opposed characters separated from each other so as to not distract from the fascinating history of tacos. With all of that said, I rest my case. Wooklamot should never have existed, and if I'm right, she didn't. At least, not until the studio that gave us some of the greatest stories in the history of video games decided to write from a place of fear rather than from a place of trust. And that's the video, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching.
I like it. I can agree with most everything you were saying. I agreed. We saw kind of from a different perspectives, but we kind of saw the same thing. Not bad, not bad. Let's see. The question might be stupid, but do the games connect or are they all just different things? So, connected that fall under the same number 10, 10, 2, 13, 32. So, yeah, pretty much. Basically, every single Final Fantasy is its own installment. So, if it's numbered the same, then it's connected in some way. So, if you go 2 to 3, 3 to 4, like you're not going to have any overarching stories. Like, nothing's really going to connect other than, like, certain like gimmicks. So like in almost every Final Fantasy, there's some version of Sid, a guy named Sid, Wedge, or Jesse. There, magic will usually come from some kind of crystal or materia. Like concepts will follow through, but almost every Final Fantasy is its own thing. Which is why you don't need to start with 1. You could literally start on 15 and you'll know 15 story. You start with 7, you'll know 7 story. It's not a stupid question. That's just how they're built. So you don't have to worry about it. And speaking of 13, unpopular opinion, I'm sure. I loved 13. 13, 13-2, and Lightning Returns were awesome. Anywho, good video. I liked it. I really did. I want to pull this over here for a second. I'm going to do this. I'll give you a little thumbs up. I'm going to share it. There you go, guys. If you want to go to the video, give them a thumbs up. Give them a watch. Give them a sub if you like them. It's the first time I have watched their stuff. I have liked it. I did. Very good video. Very good. One Sid might be a bad guy, but most Sids will be good guys. Some of the screen time, others might be a major character. Yeah, yeah. Yep. I'll pull this back over here for a second. All right, let's see here. YouTube. Whoa! What is happening? Dishes time! Enjoy your dishes. I'm gonna find something else to watch now. Let's see. Goodness. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Let's see. And I really need to clean up my YouTube uh stuff. Just got a lot of garbage on my front page. Sorry, I had a little visitor. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I watch a lot of reaction videos, so most of everything it's recommending me is reaction stuff, and I really don't feel like doing a react of a react. uh, hmm. Bring. Bah. Hmm. Ooh, what about the Internet Historian? I watched one of his videos in a good minute. Let's see here. Copy that. Get over here.
This video was made possible.
Wait for the ads to finish. And yeah, if you have any other questions about Final Fantasy, let me know. I love Final Fantasy. Delicious. Nom 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 nom.
By Saley and some very patient people over at Patreon.
Okay. Badoo. That didn't go up. There it goes. Then it goes. I might have gone up by 2. I'm not sure. Hey! Welcome back, you goobers. I don't know why everyone's got turbo, but still, welcome back. Today, we are learning about the boat that stopped everything by the Internet Historian. Or something, I don't know. Let's see here.
Okay, music fades in. My friend, let me weave you a tale of a windswept night beyond the old Egyptian sands, where the water plays coy with the shore, and the coy are sure to play in the water, where the desert wolves make love to the moon.
I don't think that's how that works.
Exterior day. This is the Suez Canal. Undeniably, Egypt's most famous body of water. Nothing bad ever happens here. Oh, except for that one time. Okay, so there's a ship, and it's called the Ever Given, and it's going up the Suez Canal really, really fast, probably. And you think that, well, the Port Authority would call up, and they'd be like,
Captain, you are going way too fast.
but the captain, he's wicked sick cool, so he's like,
They're just jealous of my passion for going fast through critical trade infrastructure. Increase speed.
I don't know how
If you will
accurate
not
this
slow
is.
down, prepare to meet the full might of the Egyptian military.
two of Egypt's fastest fighter jets scramble on the runway. But the captain kept adding power.
Faster! The people of Europe need these Chinese knockoffs of European goods.
And they got all sorts of technology to go like top speed.
Don't go faster, I beseech you.
But everyone on the crew was loving it. Yeah, go faster. But then,
Look out! Someone left a ramp in the middle of the canal.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
it was at this point that the captain chose to do a wicked sick jump. Lens flare. But they overshot it. They were gonna collide with a gently sloping sandy bank. They
Not
threw
a
on the
gently
hammer,
sloping
Drop
sandy
anchor.
bank.
Brace for impact.
but it was too late. Collision. Literally everybody died. Ever given,
I don't remember that.
ever taken away. That'll do. All right, see you in a year. What do you mean it's not long enough? Wikipedia, ChatGPT. Add the music. They love that. A reaction GIF? That's a good one. No, this video's too good. Dial it back a little. Okay, let me start again. I'll do the phony voice too. Better. Okay, so here's what really happened.
The following is based on for a second I thought I was reading that wrong, but no. The following is based on a true events. However, most details come from secondary sources, while some conversations were recorded, including the VDR data of the ship. Almost none of that material has been made available to the public. So we took a few liberties to fill in the gaps. All characterization should be considered fictional, not reflective of the real people involved, and interpreted for storytelling and entertainment purposes only. Also, we play pretty fast and loose with certain details and the order of events. Be cool, and please don't bother any of the people involved in the Suez accident. We're just here to have a good time. At least he covers his bases. Act 1.
This story begins in Malaysia. Of course, you already know, but that's this one over here. And at a port named
I definitely knew that.
Tanjung Pelepus is the container ship known as the Ever Given.
Alright, hold on. What was that? Whoops. Other way. Other way! Move this out of the way for a second. If you Google it later, you may notice that in every image of the Ever Given, we have edited out the original evergreen writing on the side, which is the name of the operating company, and replaced it with the ship's name. It's not an error. We thought it would be too distracting for the audience to Constantly see a different but similar name. Oh. Fair enough.
The last of the cargo is loaded onto the ship, and the captain of the ship, Krishnan Kanthaval, is there with his crew of 20. Hello. At this point,
Hello.
Kanthaval probably said something like, "All right, the boat's
Probably
tummy is
said
all
something
full
like-
of cargo. We're almost ready to get going." So Evergreen, the operating company of the ship, would have called ahead and booked passage for the ship. Yes, one adult ship ticket, please. Large. How many containers? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, this guy at the operating company is on the line to the Suez Canal Authority, and they are in charge of all of the operations of the Suez Canal. All right, thank you for choosing Suez Waterways. You are scheduled for March 23rd. You are 922nd in queue. All right, we've got a Supermax container coming through on March 23rd. Pulling up the stats now. The Ever Given, one of the largest container ships in the world. Over 400 meters long, 60 meters wide. Only 10% smaller than the world's largest aircraft carrier.
Wham.
Able to carry over 20,000 of these shipping containers. Here's a guy and a sandwich for scale. All right, navigator, helmsman, Gene. Let's get going. We wouldn't want to
Gene.
hold up the other ships. With a teary goodbye, the Ever Given sets sail from Malaysia and makes course for the Netherlands. Let's go to the map. Malaysia, and you already know, but the Netherlands is over here. The route's so simple, you just go from here over to... Oh. We're blocked by Africa, sir. Should we just head back?
We're blocked by Africa.
Don't worry, I know a shortcut. Head into that inlet. It's called the Red Sea. Captain, it's blue. I know.
I know.
In a bit over a week, the Ever Given cruises all the way to the Red Sea. And on the way, someone on the crew points out Djibouti and says it aloud. Djibouti, because it's fun to say. It's a
Djibouti.
great time to be a cargo ship captain, I can tell you that much. Captain, we've got another problem on the sat-nav. There's more land in the way. How are we supposed to get through an obstacle like this? Should I just head back? Now, if this was 1868, Kanthaval would be in big trouble. But luckily, in 1869, someone happened to dig a big channel. Right from one side of this isthmus to the other. And filled it with water, they did. Which meant that ships no longer needed to circumnavigate Africa. It's nothing personal. It's a geographic thing. Late that evening, the Ever Given arrives at the Gulf of Suez, here on the map. It's a big open area for ships to park. And there are ships everywhere, sitting idle, waiting for their turn to pass through the canal. Now the helmsman is kind of driving around the area, looking for a place to park and drop anchor. But then, something captures his attention. Hey, what's that mysterious-looking ship over there? It looks abandoned. M.V. Ahmad. M.V. Do not speak its name, helmsman. Why not? Look, there's a spot. That's a handicap. They park the ship, drop anchor, and...
What's this? This is the story of the Ever Given. It's that ship that got stuck in the canal that put everything on hold for a while. Well, it's the internet historian version of that story. It's been a while since I've watched an internet historian video. I thought it'd be kind of fun. He's very funny.
Radio into the Suez Canal Authority. Thank you for joining the queue. Typical wait time is a few hours, up to 1 business day. Why do we have to wait? Why can't we just go straight through? Because we've got rules here at the canal. A big book of them. No running, no dive bombing, and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere way down the back of the manual it says, all vessels entering or leaving the canal must have a pilot. And in fact, a ship as large as yours needs 2. These pilots are employees of the Canal Authority who understand the
Chatteraz got
perils
cancelled
of the
for no
route,
reason.
kind of
Oof.
like a consultant to the captain. And they stand around going, yes, yes, go here, turn coming up here, watch out for the geese. So just stand by for a while, yep? Alright, nothing to do till this pilot arrives. Guess I'll take a little bit of me time. I'm off to my cabin, fellas. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And so just after midnight, Canthaville heads back to his quarters to take a nap. Quite a cozy scene, wouldn't you say? But all is not well on the Ever Given tonight. There seems to be some trouble with the weather.
Da, da, da.
2:30 a.m. Canthaville wakes up. Outside is the loud rattle of shipping containers sparring with the wind. Loud enough to capture Canthaville's attention. Rah-rah. He dashes up to the bridge. All right, what's the status on it being really, really windy outside? The wind is up to 35 knots, but the Ever Given is fine and the anchor is keeping us held. All right, it sounds like I can head back to my quarters then. Wait, Captain. I think we need to move the ship. Yeah, those guys are getting closer and closer to us. We're surrounded by ships like the Al Nasriyah. Their anchors can't withstand the wind, and they are being dragged about. We need more buffer, or there's risk of a collision. Good thinking. All right, duty engineer, prep the engines. Aye. The ship speaks to life. The helmsman steers the Ever Given to get further away from the other ships. This whole thing might be cancelled. Port control. Although this waiting area is delightful, the weather outside is very frightful. Is passage through the canal still happening? Not cancelled. Hold position. Your pilot is wrapping up and will be on his way to your vessel soon. They're making us wait. Captain, if we're struggling not to hit ships in this big open area, it's going to get pretty dicey when we have to navigate through a narrow channel like the Suez. Yes. Although you should have said, spoiler warning.
No, it's called foreshadow.
Coming up next on Channel Ad Time.
Welcome back
Ad
to
time.
Raising Sailing.
Ads.
I'm Sailing Man, professional traveler and eSIM user. Finding tourists to get them huge savings on an eSIM plan. It ain't for the faint of heart. But if there's one thing I've learned in all my years, when they're traveling, they need data.
I can't get an Uber. I didn't sort out my data before I left.
Got another one? Try this. First, we download the Saily app on your phone. Then we choose how much data we want and where. Then we add the code Internet Historian for 15% off. And don't forget the most important part. Mwah. I just gave your phone international data using the Saily app.
Thank you, Saily Man. Very cool.
So download the Saily app or scan the QR code on the screen now and use the code Internet Historian to get 15% off at checkout.
It's so beautiful here in the hills of Switzerland. If only I could listen to podcasts in the background.
Here comes Saily Man. Over 200 destinations, 24/7 live chat support, and no physical SIM or roaming fees, because it's just an app.
Could I have my phone back, please?
At Saily, family comes first, and data comes second. Data comes first. They're both tied for first.
Tonight on Raising Sailing.
Anyone can get Saily. Dead ones. Sorry, I have a boyfriend ones. All regular.
I have a presentation in 15 minutes at the UN Security Council, and I didn't download the slides. Without this presentation, I'm worried they're going to nuke North Sentinel Island again.
15 minutes to go and he hasn't got the slides.
I'll be the guy who started the next World War without those damn slides.
10 minutes to go and he hasn't got the slides.
History will not look kindly on me without those slides.
Here comes Saily. Now you have 10 gigabytes of data on your phone, cheaper than most phone providers.
I love you, Saily Man.
Hush, little one. I saved it.
The Saily app really saved me.
This truly was our darkest
His ads
hour,
are insane.
but we prevailed. It's not an easy job, but Saily gets me through. So download the Saily app or scan the QR code on screen and use Internet Historian as the code to get 15% off at checkout. Get some damn data on your phone, why not? Ad over. Some time has passed. We're back on the bridge. There's the helmsman. Captain's gone back to his quarters. Pilots won't be here for hours. Then suddenly, an idea. The helmsman takes it upon himself to navigate a little bit of art. Tee-hee-hee, says the helmsman. As long as no one checks the nav data, this won't come back to bite me at all.
Definitely not.
A couple of hours pass. The wind dies down just a little.
Another half hour before I get
No
back on
ships
Lost
crashed
Ark.
into the Ever Given, but a small one did pull up
Well,
beside
hey, what
it.
do you know? I think this video is like a half hour long. There you go.
Captain, pilots are here. Welcome aboard. Oh, hey, Captain. Yes, we're running late. Where's the helm? We don't know what the pilots' names are, so we're just going to go with blue and red. Okay, I think we should move ahead at about 14 kilometers. That's right. Ahead, 14 kilometers per hour. The Ever Given joins a convoy of ships taking position at the entrance to the canal. Convoy, checking in. Ready. All right, everybody. We want to be alert. Stay focused. Yeah, Captain. I'll follow the other ships. I'll try not to get lost. Hold on, helmsman. And the audience. This is a much more perilous journey than you might know. What, a big straight line? It is 193 kilometers of narrow waterway. And I hope you've got some stamina, because it takes 12 hours to traverse. That's a full-day trip. Some parts are only 24 meters deep. Oh, that's very shallow. Yes, and only 200 meters wide in some parts. That's very narrow. I've seen McDonald's drive-thrus with more clearance. And you certainly wouldn't want to have an accident, would you? Because 12% of the entire world's sea freight passes through here.
Wow.
If you blocked it, the consequences would be humongous. No pressure, though. Oh, I see.
No pressure, though.
Don't mind him. He gives that speech to everybody. Ahead, 14 kilometers per hour. Yes, pilot. 14 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm
Steady
sure
on.
nothing bad will happen.
So into the canal, the
It'll just be a
Ever Given.
normal,
As they cruise, the winds
going on
swirl
through.
back onto the sea. No longer buffered by miles of open water, the sand and dust can blow about with abandon. Low visibility. Strong winds jostle the ship. Grit pelts the bow. The Ever Given steams ahead at about the pace of a fast jog. And there's no real build-up here, to be honest. Things go awry almost immediately. How are you coping with the wind? It's manageable. All right, well, the wind is definitely pushing us to the left-hand side. Yes, just try to keep it as centered as you can. Adjusting. These winds are quite something. Do you think we should have insisted they postpone? Well, the pilots don't seem worried, and they know this water better than anyone. The angle of the wind is particularly nasty, catching the enormous surface area of the ship and constantly nudging it off course. Helmsman, you're still too far to the left. You got to get back to the center. Yeah, I'm trying. Adjusting. The helmsman keeps changing the trajectory of the ship, but he cannot seem to stay in the center. Come on, helmsman, we're still not centered. I know, it's the wind. No matter what they do, they can't seem to get away from the left bank. The wind foils their every countermaneuver. This is not as manageable as I thought it would be. Is it going to be like this the whole way? Don't worry, this is really common. It won't be the whole trip. No, the problem is we're going too slow. Red Pilot takes the initiative. If we speed up, we can push through the wind. Accelerate to 22 kilometers an hour.
Lose control
Somewhat reluctantly, the helmsman obliges. 22 kilometers per hour. Engines engage and the ship speeds up. Captain, going this fast in heavy winds is needlessly reckless. There are protocols for this sort of thing. All right, Gene, it's a bit windy. Relax, this must happen all the time. The Red Pilot was right. The increased speed helps them to fight through the wind and get away from the left-hand bank. However, they can't seem to keep the ship in the very center. Helmsman, you're aimed too severely to the right-hand bank now. We need a bit of leadership here. Don't worry, I know what to do. Turn left. Adjusting. The pilot's giving steering instructions now. Captain, is he supposed to do that? Captain, the pilot is not here to give steering orders. You should say something. The The ship is now consistently snaking left and right and left and right. Turn to the right! So they turn to the right, but then they end up too far to the right. You're too close to the right bank now. Turn to the left. Yes, I agree. Turn to the left. Look, this is all a bit tense, and we both know where this is going. It's gonna crash. Let's just enjoy it. Oh, wow. There it is. A gently sloping sandy bank. Red Pilot, we're just consultants. This isn't our job to steer the ship. You're micromanaging. We should only be giving general navigation advice. We're getting too close to the left bank. I can't keep it centered. We have to slow this ship down. If we slow down, the wind will push us into the bank. What do I do? Reduce the speed. The two pilots begin bickering. And not just bickering normally. They're bickering in Arabic. Arabickering. And Capital's crew doesn't speak Arabic. What the hell are they saying? I don't know. Neither do I. Does anyone here speak Arabic?
No.
The Ever Given has reached its target speed of 22 kilometers an hour, but they're taking wider and wider turns and can't seem to get anywhere near the center of the lane. And the two pilots, they're still fighting. Captain? Captain! Pilots! Captain! The Ever Given then reaches an extreme, unrecoverable angle, pointing acutely to the right, straight for the bank.
Oh no.
We need to turn left. Now. Hard left. Hard to the left. Hard to the left. The rudder turns. But the ship doesn't turn with it. Instead, it slides. Didn't I tell you to turn left? Why aren't we turning? I am turning to the left, Captain. The ship's not responding. I knew this would happen. It's your fault. The helmsman loses his ability to steer. The ship has gone out of control.
Wait. What character is that? Oh, I just barely saw her in the background. Is that a Genshin character? I don't know who that is. She looks familiar, though. Camila, Fire Emblem? I'll have to take your word for it. I don't know Fire Emblem. She looked familiar, though. I barely caught it. It's like, what the hell? That's hilarious.
Captain. Canterville finally steps forward. Enough! Helmsman, center the rudder. Reduce speed. Rudder center. Reduce... But it's too late. Canterville did not intervene in time. Shit.
I keep blocking those. Bloomberg, according to a person familiar with the VDR audio, Captain Canterville reacted as anyone might in the same situation. Shit, he screamed. 6 days in, Suez, the inside story of the ship, the broke global trade Kit Chalel, Matthew Campbell. Oh, I was saying who did it. Okay. It's kind of funny. I wonder if I should put this up here next to the chimchar. Yeah, I'm going to put this up here. For now.
Shit. The crew can feel the vibration through the floor as the bow meets the bank.
Plop.
That bow, raised 6 meters, slides into the bank with ease, like a hot pencil through pudding.
A hot pencil through
Meanwhile,
pudding.
the rear of the
Okay.
ship is pulled into the opposite bank. The bridge shakes and the crew lurches forward as 300,000 tons of momentum is reduced to 0 in the span of a couple of seconds. We've run aground, we've run aground, cut your engines, Canterville yells out on the radio, because don't forget, these ships are running as a convoy, which means that the ships behind them have just seen what's happened, and they all have to slam on the brakes. A couple of ships back, the Asia Ruby 3 suffers an engine malfunction, and it cannot stop as quickly as it intends to, and nearly plows into the back of the Maersk Denver. They manage to stop themselves just in time and prevent running aground as well. Pan back to the Ever Given. Let us look at it from above. It is diagonally wedged across the entire canal. An unplanned bridge connecting 2 continents. A ship collision of such magnitude, there's almost nothing to compare it to. Maybe Hindenburg? 9/11? I'll keep Googling. No, hold off on the dramatic sound effects. There's no need to panic just yet. It's like a car tire stuck in the mud. We simply reverse. Full astern. Well, that means full backwards.
Full
Propellers
backwards.
at the back of the ship whiz to little effect. Locked in place by the sand. We didn't move. Merely a run-up. Crash astern. That's the most dramatic version of full astern, ramping up to full thrust as quickly as possible. Nothing. No, stop it. No sound effect just yet. We still have one more option.
No sound
Start
effect
up
just
the bow
yet.
thrusters. They're the jets at the front of the ship that give a little bit of extra oomph. Crash astern, full thrusters. No effect, sir.
All the effects.
Now, we don't have the transcript from here, so we'll just presume that at the time, Canterville said something very quirky and millennial, like, so that just happened. But what we do know is that he and the pilots then jumped on the radio and got in contact with the Port Authority. We've got something to tell you, and you gotta promise not to get mad. Shut up. Look, listen, we're gonna need a tugboat. We are run aground. The helmsman takes a turn at being millennial. There are other ships right behind me, aren't there? Uh-huh. And there were, as the queue of container ships piling up behind them got longer and longer. Make that 2 tugboats. So what happened here exactly? And who is in big trouble? Explainer time! There are 3 main causes to why the ship crashed. Let's start with the wind. The captain could have very easily said, guys, the wind is far too severe. Let's postpone. But he didn't. However, the blame's not all on Canterville. The 2 pilots could have also said, let's just follow protocol. By radioing in to HQ and saying, yes, get us 2 tugboats, please. With 1 on each side at the front, they would have had far more stability and control. And they wouldn't need to erratically fight about with the wind to stay in the middle of the lane. Second cause, the speed of the ship. Now, it was the red pilot who told the helmsman, accelerate the ship to 22 kilometers per hour. But when he did that, they were already driving at the speed limit for their weight class, 14 kilometers per hour. And telling the helmsman to go beyond that meant that they are technically breaking the rules.
Oh, no.
And while I agree that some rules are made to be broken, going this fast in a very large ship in a comparatively small canal causes a whole bunch of problems to do with fluid dynamics. Big problems. Huge.
5 fun physics phenomena.
No, I don't know the physics, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But what I will say is this. Speeding up causes something approximating oversteer. The ship becomes all slidey. I'm just going to turn a little bit to the left, but instead, you go a lot to the left. I'll just turn right a little bit. But instead, you turn to the right a lot. Remember how the cheerful navigator was like, come on, guys, we have to get back to the center of the lane. Well, they can't, because every time they try to direct back to the center, the speed and the oversteer means they
I don't know who
overshoot
that
it.
is.
One
I'm
more
assuming
effect
it's
of
that guy
going
we just
very
saw, but I
fast.
don't know who that is.
I will sneeze.
That guy.
Wait for it.
Take a look at this animation side on. Water pressure effects cause the ship to tilt. At this speed, the front is
the
raised
Ever Given
6
has
meters
crashed
higher
and
than usual,
caused
which means
a
when they
bridge.
collide with the bank, combined with the high velocity, they really wedge themselves in. But we can't just blame everything on the physicists, because there's a third main cause: poor communication. English is the official language of pretty much every port. However, the pilots start arguing with each other in Arabic, which is not just unprofessional, but excludes all of the rest of the crew from what's being discussed. And all of these competing voices make for chaos on the bridge. But the blame is not all on the co-pilots either. The captain is always in charge. He has the ultimate authority. Decisions start and end with him. So the captain should have intervened and said something like, "Shut up, everybody." But he doesn't. He stands there quite passively throughout. By the time he does step in, it's too late.
Joe.
Now that everything's been laid out, who would you say is at fault for the crash of the Ever Given? The helmsman? Blue pilot? The red pilot? Canthaville? I'll tell you. Society, that's who. You and me. And I think
Yeah,
you
it's
should
our fault.
apologize.
That's okay. They were all on the ship when it crashed. That's all that matters.
Alrighty, so we have something 3.5 times the size of the Titanic, choking the world's largest freighting canal like a greedy seagull throating a glue stick. Good start. And they didn't get very far through the canal itself. About 5% of the progress bar. But if we scroll up for a second, we can see what landmarks they missed out on. The Great Bitter Lake, named so because the water there is very salty instead of fresh. Then up a 2-lane bit and over to Timsah Lake, named so because Timsah is the Arabic word for crocodile, because there used to be crocodiles in there. Otherwise, it's pretty much zip right through to the Mediterranean. That would have been very nice for them. Now we go back a bit to Timsah Lake, and here you'll find the city of Ismailia. And at its port, see this building? This is the Suez Canal Authority. Inside, Captain El Said, head of navigational control, is just settling in for the day. As he sits down to his desk, Captain, you're gonna want to...
Sorry, I just saw that. Hold on. This guy's playing Minecraft over here.
Captain, you're gonna want to see this. The video feed pulls up. What? Line 1. We're stuck. We'd like to request a tugboat. Stuck? Stuck where? You know that single lane area pretty close to the entrance? There. Now, had this happened in one of the 2-lane sections, they could have kept the traffic flowing. But alas. What? So you're blocking all the traffic? Mr. El Said, we already promised we wouldn't get mad. Fine. I gotta see how bad it is in person. El Said snatches his keys off his desk and he races down to his car, rushing to the scene. He gets out and casts his eyes upon the ship. My God. Towering over him is a structure the width and breadth of the world's largest Walmart, except it is also 15 stories tall.
Wow.
The bow, raised 6 meters higher than normal, is jammed into one side, like an unwitting finger in a Chinese finger trap that somebody filled with Gorilla Glue in its prom tomorrow. And the ass of the ship firmly squatting aground on the other side. and the middle of the ship making bended metal groans as it's barely suspended by only a few meters of water. El Said lets the sand run through his fingers. At this point, another important person arrives on the scene. Admiral Rabi. He is the Suez Canal Authority chairman, the big boss of the whole canal. Here's the rough structure of the organization. He's all the way up here, right?
Oh, no.
So high up that he reports directly to the Pharaoh of Egypt himself. Yep, that's one blocked canal. No, Mr. President, he didn't say blocked. Shut up. He said that canal rocked. He's giving it a 5-star review. Come on, follow me to the bridge. Now, Al Said and Rabi board the ship, and it's a hell of a scene. The crew is racing around. Oh, God, they're going to check the nav data. They're going to see the dick pic. Oh, God. Canterville's standing back taking a panicked phone call with the operating company. Okay, so 2 pilots walk into a ship, and the first one says, and the 2 pilots from before are still bickering. All right, you 2 are dismissed. Canterville. Oh, God, this is the end of my career. This is going to cost $1 billion. Al Said puts his hand on Canterville's shoulder. Do not worry, my friend. We shall solve this. Come on, Captain. What's the status? Well, the ship isn't floating. Yeah. No, what I mean is the situation is worse than you think. It's the way we're pitched up on the shore. The weight distribution is all wrong. We're like a raised bridge, but we don't have any of the support underneath. The middle of the ship could bend under its own weight and tear.
Well, that's probably bad.
Yeah. That would shut down the whole canal for months. Are we taking on water? No, I've had the engineers check the hull. We can't see water making ingress anywhere. Yet. The best way to get free and the best way to prevent the ship from potentially sinking is to lighten the load. We need to get rid of at least, I don't know, like 20,000 tons. How quickly do you think your crew can offload
that would have been
containers?
real. I don't think that happened.
No.
But
Look
that
how
would
high
be
those
bad.
boxes are stacked. To offload these containers is going to require specialist equipment. The kind you'd only find at a dedicated port. We're not going to be able to offload these containers out here in the middle of nowhere. All right, well, it's the easiest, most brute force solution you can think of. The ballast tanks. Go on. We've got nearly 10,000 tons of ballast water on board. We can dump that right now and relieve some pressure. Excellent idea. I'll get started. No, you can't do that. Well, why not? Allow me to explain. You see, when a ship fills its ballast tanks, it's filling with more than just water. It's a big, dilute, salty soup of algae, plant material, and even sometimes small fish. Pick that up in Malaysia, and then just dump that at the next port. You're introducing these stowaway pest species into the environment. Some examples of these invasive species include the Northern Pacific Sea Star, the European green crab, that son of a bitch, and cholera.
Cholera is pretty
So you
bad.
have to treat the water before you discharge it, usually through heat or chemicals. And the key there is that it also requires time and access to one of these treatment machines. And we're not at a port. It's going to take much longer than usual. But let me get onto the line with the guys at Ismailia. We probably have a portable water treatment machine somewhere. Al Said turns and looks out the window. Coming down the canal are 2 tugboats, the ones that they ordered earlier. Look, we might not even be that deeply wedged in. These 2 tugboats might be all we need. Yes, tugboats. This is the Mosaid 2 and the Mosaid 3. These 2 little guys are able to pull around this massive cargo ship, comparable in size to the Evergiven.
Wow.
On go the ties. Line secure, all fast. Engine ready. Ready to pull. Canterville looks nervously at El Said. Commence pull. Slow ahead. The polyethylene ropes whine as they're pulled taut from the water. The tugboats lightly draw against the ship, testing for resistance. All right, a little more. More.
I love his little
full
animations
power.
and sound effects. They're so silly.
Not an inch of difference. All right, stop engines. Be on standby. This isn't going to work.
With just 2 tugboats, we do not have the pull for a ship this massive, this deeply grounded. It's also low tide. That's not helping. Wind's high tide. Early afternoon, in a couple of hours. All right, that buys us some time. How soon do you think you can get a dredger out here? Let me find out for you. Please hold. The dredgers can remove the sand below the waterline that's all built up around the ship. Hi again. They say it'll take a day, maybe 2. All right, tell them to hurry.
A day or 2? I'd better update my boss. Let him know it's not gonna be a quick fix.
I should call my wife as well. All right, don't go too far. I need you for something in a minute. Hey, what about excavators? Oh, yeah, how many we got? Right now? No, for my birthday. Yeah, now. 1.
1.
One guy. There's only 1 excavator on standby for the whole canal. Well, it's just post-COVID. Everyone's been excavating from home. Patch me through. There really was just 1 guy, by the way. It's local contractor Abdullah. So he picks up the phone. Mushy mushy.
There's been a big accident at the canal, Abdullah. There's sand and dirt everywhere. I need your help. Just send me the deets, Chum.
Abdullah jumps in his truck and heads to the scene. And when he pulls up,
Gott in Himmel. He sees the massive Ever Given wedged into the canal.
Abdullah locks himself into his excavator and gets to work on the most important task he's ever done digged.
Done digged. Be a hell of a... Well, that's a real picture. That's amazing.
Back on the bridge. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully home soon. Okay. Yep, no, love you too. Okay, bye.
Whew, the boss was not happy.
Hey, before you said you needed me for something. I did. Who's this? Breathe into this tube. Also, you have to do a drug test. After the crash, they tested Canthaville for drugs and alcohol. Both came up negative. There's also a procedure to make sure that captains aren't fatigued. They look at the rest schedule and they find, no, Canthaville took that nap. Remember? He's had plenty of rest time. So he passed the fatigue assessment. And while Canthaville was at the nurse's
They literally
office,
thought he might have been on drugs
high
or
tide
something.
came and went. Tugs were tried again. And again. Trying a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It didn't work. All day trying, all evening, and into the early morning. But that stubborn ship was going nowhere.
Day 2.
Of course. The moon.
Okay.
Day 2. There's quite a queue of ships by this point, and they're all honking their horns impatiently. Hey, move your ass! I got Frozens in the back. Go around! Go around! No one knows quite what's happening because the Suez Canal Authority has not made a formal statement. But their hand is about to be forced when an impatient sailor behind the Ever Given takes a photograph and publishes it online. And this starts a bit of a buzz on social media.
Yeah, a little bit.
It was at
Friggin'
this very
everyone knew
moment
about
that the
this.
helmsman's most feared fear was most realized. Someone pulled up the navigational data.
Colonel?
Within 24 hours, it was all over the news.
Madness.
So over at the Suez offices, Mr. Rebbe, you have 300 voicemails. Telemarketers? Important clients and journalists. They're asking about whether the canal is blocked, aren't they? They're asking about whether the canal is blocked, yes.
Dang it.
And the Suez Canal Authority could keep it a secret no longer. They held a press conference. Okay.
Actually did what? So, you gotta realize when you're watching Internet Historian, everything is more or less true. Like, he's telling a story of something that actually happened. This is a literal thing that happened. And most of the information he gives you is... it's fairly true. Obviously, he's being entertaining by putting words in their mouth, but, you know, I don't know how to explain it. This is more for entertainment purposes, but this did actually happen, yes.
This is crazy. Let's say, hypothetically, they didn't give many details, but it was a very inspirational press conference. The news begins reporting on the story.
It's blocked. Cargo ship blocking the Suez Canal is a huge container ship.
There's just the most incredible drama playing out in the Suez Canal.
A massive container ship longer than the Eiffel Tower.
It's one of the world's most important shipping lanes.
And breaking news from the Nana Star News Channel. I'm Nana. Mega ship's big ass is stuck in the Suez Canal.
Right. Point is, this story exploded everywhere. There was a lot of sympathy to go around.
I appear to have blocked global trade.
And the internet, upon seeing it, went, these guys need some help. We would love to volunteer.
That's not a picture of a naked woman. I need to help them.
They knew best about what to do to get this ship unstuck.
Reddit experts.
All right, it's time for the, yeah, I reckon you could pretty much just do this and it'd work section. By far the most popular solution was simply blow it up. No ship, no problem. But why wouldn't this work? Well, first you're blowing up $1 billion worth of cargo. And this thing is about 3 times the size of Mount Rushmore. So there's quite a lot of debris to sweep up, actually. And you still haven't solved the problem of moving the thing out of the fucking canal. Next idea. What if we attach 1,000 helicopters and simply fly the thing out? You could even take it all the way to its destination in the Netherlands. Well,
yeah,
people... This thing weighs about 300,000 tons.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think any of these people were being serious. I think they were just being dumb. A total displacement weight is more like 265,000 tons. We round it up because who cares? Also, displacement weight is not the same as actual weight. Again, who cares?
So even if you had a really powerful helicopter, you're going to need like 25,000 of them. And you can't put them all together in one area or they'll all crash. It ain't going to work.
En route to help. Hey, maybe pull up a bit.
Next. All right, more seriously, why don't we take a whole bunch of old jet engines, weld them to the sides of the ship, turn them all on at once, and whee, the day is saved.
That makes sense.
However, there is a risk of an explosion. And then you'd have a hole in the ship. And then the ship sinks, and then you're really never moving it. Hear me out. Liquid nitrogen. A lot of liquid nitrogen right under the boat. The water freezes, expands, the ship lifts up. Bob's your uncle, you love it. Except now, the ship is just stuck in ice. And then it melts, and then you're back to the exact same position. Also, you need like $1 billion worth of nitrogen. There's no way to get that much material, let alone handle the scale of that material. Also, everyone's going to freeze to death on board, and the ballast will expand in the tanks, and that'll destroy the ship. It's not going to work. All right. Last idea. Best idea. What if we just actively made things worse? Such as this petition to add
another ship
to the canal.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Jokes aside, one humble comment did stand out from the crowd.
Get a few people on this side, a few people on that side, push it, and I really think it would go.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's exactly what the recovery team intended to do. Ahoy! Ah, good to see you back from the nurse. I told them I didn't do any drugs, but they wouldn't take my word for it. I would have believed you. Just give me the walkie-talkie. All right, full ahead with the excavators. 3 more excavators join Abdullah, and they are all busily digging out the front and rear of the ship. It's still going too slow. What else we got? More rescues.
Just a 200,000 ton boat. Yeah, just a few people on each end. That's all you need. You know, it's not that. Just push.
Stuff. So here comes Rabbi pulling up to the scene. Good news, fellas. And he's standing atop a very powerful bit of kit. A big, beautiful dredger. To be specific, a cutter suction dredge. Essentially, you've got a big rotating cutting tool that loosens up all the soil, while a big suction pipe sends it yonder. All right, do the dredgy. Full speed. What else we got?
Just
we got more
Sisko's picking it up and moving it.
More
Yeah.
and more tugboats join the fray. A total
I mean,
of 8.
Let's be honest. If 2 tugboats couldn't move that thing, a couple of people aren't going to make a difference. But now they have 8 tugboats.
Arranged around the ship like this. Notably, the Baraka 1 and the Izzat Adel. These are 2 of the most powerful tugboats in the Middle East. And that includes the non-deserty parts. Full ahead with those. They keep trying. A cacophony of engines playing the highest stakes game of tug-of-war ever attempted. Tens of millions of dollars being lost every hour until it was won.
Jesus.
And their opponent? Unbothered, moisturized, taking up the whole lane. Unbudgeable. All right, we're calling it for now.
A couple of tugboats. I'd love to see you play
We've thrown
tug of
everything
war
we
with
can
one.
at this ship, and it won't concede an inch. It's hopeless, hopeless. The cynicism of youth. I've worked for many years on the Suez. There's magic in the water, Canterville. Magic. We will succeed. Your words are empty, El Said. Optimism has blinded you, El Said. We cannot defeat the canal. It is simply too powerful. If I were the guys at Case and Kaisha, I'd just forget about the Ever Given and buy a new ship. Well, we can't afford a new ship. The owners of the Ever Given, Shoei Kaisen Kaisha Limited, are getting very worried. I need that ship back, and I can't just leave it to the Suez Canal Authority to do it. There's only one team daring and foolhardy enough to take on a job like this. Kaisen calls up an elite salvaging company from the Netherlands. Smit Salvage. We need your help. I got your number from you know who. Smith is the industry's best. They have response centers all over the globe, 24/7, ready to respond to marine emergencies. And funnily enough, they're the same team that helped with the rescue of the Costa Concordia back in 2012. Suit up, boys.
That was a hell of a story.
They put the
Concordia
ocean in Ocean's 11, the tide in Tide Pod. And sometimes they pee in the water. Why not? The fish do it. We're en route to the canal. ETA in the next 24 hours.
I don't think that's how that works.
Next time on Boat in Canal. The prophecy. It's coming true. Kiss me, you fool. I'm beginning to think you don't want to get the boat free. Well, is it the Yanny wire or the Laurel wire? Laurel. I couldn't hear you. You're breaking up. There's only one way this was ever gonna go.
I think this one's a little embellished. Just a little bit. To be continued
It's now
right
day
now.
3. There's more digging, more tugging. But the
Forgot how
ship is
much I
still
love
exactly
the
where they left.
historian editing.
And the slow pace of progress is starting to cause problems for international trade. Each delayed ship represents thousands of tons of undelivered stock for store shelves. And that queue is getting longer and longer. On board, an estimated $9.6 billion worth of goods is sitting idle. The milk! It will spoil! And the big question is, how long until this thing is fixed? To answer this burning question, the Suez Canal Authority holds another press conference and declares, guys, another day, maybe 2, might even be this afternoon. But the media and industry experts disagree.
The truth of the matter is that they're not making much ground. I mean, this is proving to be more difficult than originally expected.
Could be closed for weeks.
Could take weeks.
Could be stuck for weeks.
Weeks. That's
Jeez.
how long it could take to free the container ship.
I don't remember
currently
how long
blocking
it was
the Suez
actually
Canal.
stuck for.
So that means all of these ship
I think it
operators
was only
here,
stuck for like
waiting in the
a
queue,
week.
have a very difficult choice to make. So basically, I've just got two options. One, I can wait around hoping the ship gets unstuck, which nobody knows how long that's going to be. Or option two, we go all the way around Africa. And I really don't want to do that, and it's not just a geographic thing. Freighters don't want to go around Africa because it will cost them far more in terms of fuel. It adds 10 extra days to the route. And most importantly, pirates.
Pirates, assassins, and gay pirate assassins.
Now, there be two main
Gay
pirate
pirate
hangouts.
assassins.
The Somali pirates, everyone knows about them. But the more prolific group is actually in the Gulf of Guinea. Named so because it holds the Guinness World Record for most pirates.
Guineast.
In fact, in 2020, 96% of all maritime kidnappings happened in the Gulf of Guinea. That doesn't sound very good to me, Mr. Kaisha. And I just want you to know that you've made an enemy. And when I... Is your boat running? 'Cause you better fucking move it. You can't park there. All right, hear me out. I'm thinking a bunch of helicopters, right? And we... There are a lot of people now who are angry with the...
Like imprisoned in
Breaking
Korea.
news. Pause for a
Something
second.
new come out.
Shoei Kaisen Kaisha is big sorry. The owners of the Ever Given feel such enormous pressure
big
that they go
sorry.
live on television to make a public apology. We are determined to keep on working hard to resolve the situation as soon as possible. Please do not be mad. In a few years, we'll all have a big laugh about it. Yours sincerely, Mr. Kaisha. Oh God, that's the boss of my boss's boss. I'm in so much trouble. Can't do anything about it. All we can do is keep trying to free the ship.
Oh, we got an ad break. Alright, hold on. It's perfect timing. I wanted to go grab a... go grab a drink. And stretch. Goodness gracious. Alright, quick BRB.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I can't hydrate. I gotta go get a drink. I'll hold on to that until I get back. BRB. Ka-cha! I have returned with drink, and I can finally do the hydrate. Delicious. And nutritious. Alright. Back to the Ever Given. Dun dun dun. Welcome back. Hi.
So they keep going. And going. Into the night.
They do be tugging, though.
And on that night, Canterville and El Said had a heart-to-heart. The mood was very somber. Still feeling optimistic, El Said? Of course. Well, it's day 3.
Thing.
How much progress have you seen so
I don't know
far?
what that is.
They're gonna blow us up, aren't they?
They're gonna blow us up, aren't they?
They're gonna freeze us, aren't they? That seems less likely. They might just attach a whole bunch of jet engines and we're gonna get fucked up. That one got debunked. Sorry,
That one
I
got
don't mean to
debunked.
take it out on you. It's just, all these guys, they rely on me. The navigator, the helmsman, Gene, and the other ones we never animated. But I'm thinking maybe I should just get on a lifeboat right now and never look back. I could go live on an island somewhere, far, far away from here. Run away? Look at this. Timu neck massager for Sally. I bet she's checking her mailbox every morning. Bulk $6 fingerless gloves for Mr. Poe Box. You want to disappoint him?
Mr. Poe
Little
Box.
Jimmy won't be getting his 20-pack of kitchen tongs this Christmas. And you think that doesn't kill me inside? But we've exhausted every option. There's nothing on Earth that could free this ship. Well, that's where you're right. Look up there, Lil Canthy. El Said points up into the night sky. Los Lunos. Yes, the moon. The son of the night. To the ancient Egyptians, it was a sign of hope. And in a few more nights' time, a prophecy will be fulfilled. The supermoon. I have to show you a kind of boring diagram. I'm so sorry. You see, the moon doesn't just orbit the Earth in a perfectly equidistant circle. It is, in fact, an ellipse. That means there is a point when the moon is the furthest from the Earth, and we call that the apogee. And there's also a point where it's closest to the Earth. That's the perigee. You know when you look into the night sky and the moon seems bigger or smaller than usual? Different distances, isn't it? Point is, the moon gravities all over the water. And the closer it is, the more it's going to pull. Now, there's another effect as well. If you believe the mainstream media, the Earth is going around the sun like this. And once in a while, it will also align with the sun being on the exact opposite side. Bam! At this point, when everything lines up like so, both the sun and the moon are at max strength pulling on the sea. And they call that the supermoon. And the tidal effects of both combine for an even greater pull. High tide can be even higher than usual, sometimes by up to 1.5 feet.
Wow.
Now, these sorts of moons only happen 3 or 4 times a year. But in 4 days, Big K, we're going to get one.
Okay.
Previously on Boat in Canal. Don't let go! Ha ha ha, my plans have all fallen into place. I thought I knew what being a captain meant. What do you mean, cut the black and blue wire? There's only white and gold! We've got one chance left. The moon. This is just like that Costa Concordia video he did, but way less funny.
I still need to watch that one.
Over at the Ever Given, things are status quo.
It's like a super
but online,
lucky timing.
There's a bit of a new
True.
development.
A screenshot of a news article appears. Cargo ship crashes into Suez Canal. Captain involved in incident. But there's a twist. Uh-oh. Is that a woman? A woman.
A woman?
Egypt's first female sea captain, Marwa El-Sahar, was being named in this headline as responsible for crashing the Ever Given. And the screenshot of this news headline spread all across social media. For Marwa to have screwed up this badly is impressive. Especially considering she's never worked on the Ever Given and is currently hundreds of miles away in Alexandria. But someone online went, first female captain? Grody? Suez
Grody?
blockage? She must have did it.
She must have did it.
Marwa found out about the accusations through a friend and quickly hopped
Woman!
online. I gotta clear my name. Guys, it isn't
It is
me.
always woman fault.
But the online bad guys must have hacked her account, because everything she wrote just came out in squiggles. So Marwa tried to hack back. This code, it's nothing I've ever seen before. They're countering my hack. I'm gonna reroute the hosting. Not if I can help it. They ran through the firewall. Use IP4. It's better. Now, while we can all agree that a lady captain is very gross and icky, and while we all agree that she should be doing a lady job,
Gross
like
and icky.
adding rosemary oil to the ballast water, or knitting hand warmers for the steering wheel. It was not fair that she was being falsely accused. And the situation was escalating as the online bad guys started making fake accounts pretending to be her. What was Marwa, etc. to do against such a coordinated campaign? Well, luckily, a surprise hero to the story.
Zip.
The mainstream media showed up and did a thing.
Don't worry.
Bringing her onto the telly and clearing everything up. Marwa even found some positive in the situation.
I was really upset at the beginning, but later on I found like the support from all people around me, and that made me feel like more grateful for what happened.
People do anything.
A lot of the
It's
social
true.
media posts got taken down. And in the end, it all turned out okay. At least, for her. Back to the Ever Given. The Ever Given has been grounded for 4 long Egyptian days. So tug,
Egyptian
tug, tug.
days equals 96
dig.
hours.
Pull, pull, pull. Fuel is getting low. Everyone is overdue for a break. All right, guys. Grab a Red Bull and a little snacky. We'll pick up again soon.
A little snacky.
But as the engines wind down, the crew can hear something approaching. Who the hell is that? It's Smith Selvage. The Smith team boldly actions onto the scene, looking at the ship very inspectively.
Stuck.
They report their findings to the rescue team. All right, I ain't no boat expert, but if you want a chance of moving this ship, you're going to need to make it a lot lighter, by tens of thousands of tons at least. Is it going to bend and tear? And sink? No, it doesn't look like it's going to do that. But it also doesn't look like it's going anywhere with all of this weight on the back. Okay, we trust you. What's your plan to make the ship lighter? I know a guy. He's got a crane. I'll get it down here. We'll offload all the containers. It'll be brilliant. You're gonna love it. The container thing again? Yeah, how long is that gonna take? Well, to get them down here and to get all the equipment assembled, we're gonna need at least a few weeks. Weeks? Yeah, and to get all the containers off the ship, that might take several months.
Months? No, Mr. President, he didn't say months. He said, monks. Those Shaolin guys, they're very strong. Everything's going according to plan.
A furious Rabbi marches in.
Do you have any idea how much these last few days have cost Egypt already? We've had to sell parts of the Sphinx. Look, the nose is gone. It's looking all messed up. We turned the whole country into an e-commerce site. It used to just be called Gypt. Now it's online. Egypt. Remember Tutankhamun? Now it's Wantankhamun. Get it? It's a pun. Get it?
Let's move on, says the Smith guy standing in for the audience. Look,
It's so
this is by far the best option. Yeah, it's slow and laborious, but it's a guaranteed fix. Or you can carry on doing what you're doing now. You're on what, day 4? How's progress so far?
Al-Sayed wouldn't hear it. We will continue with the dredging and the tugging. The supermoon will be here soon, and that will save us. You are foolish, Al-Sayed. The legend of the supermoon is just a legend.
All right, we're on the same team here. If you insist on keeping the cargo aboard and just tugging, we've got resources to help.
Smit calls in 2 additional tugboats.
And not just big ones. Pretty much the biggest ones you can get. So Smit and the recovery team have figured out a sort of Plan A and Plan B. Plan A is to pull the Ever Given free by the supermoon, which is only 2 days away. Now, if that doesn't work, they'll have to go to Plan B, which is to offload by crane most of these containers, and that will take months.
We don't want that. Everyone is mad. Day 5.
Watching on impatiently, tapping their feet and looking at their watches very aggressively, is now a queue of 400 vessels waiting to use the canal. Fresh fruit, thousands of tons, losing its freshness. Medicine, losing its potency.
After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. You take the red.
Not to mention livestock.
More than a dozen ships have live animals on board.
Mostly sheep and cattle, lightly sizzling under an Egyptian sun. The Egyptian government has had to dispatch vets to board these ships to tend to the animals' welfare. A few days ago, when I was a younger man, freight from Asia only cost $8,000 a container. Now it's $12,000.
Wow.
And the impact is being felt by a lot of larger companies. Renault, for example, ran out of some critical components and had to halt assembly at a couple of its plants. Adidas, Nike, IKEA all saw shortages.
Some of our clients are out of their top-selling SKUs already.
And as tankers queue,
Wow.
oil prices are rising.
Let my people go! Through the little waterway, please.
And meanwhile, all across the day, the tugs are trying again and again. Move a little more sand, wait for the next high tide, try again. And as this marches on with the same futility as day 1, banking on the supermoon looks like a costlier and costlier gamble. All right, enough of this. Said about 100 ships opting instead to go the long route around Africa, accepting the longer traffic time and piratey risk.
Wonder how much they lost doing that. Supermoon cometh. It's a crab.
The supermoon. It's tonight. There's a renewed energy as people scuttle around the area, doing everything they can to prep the ship for the big event. The excavator crew, over the course of the week, has expanded to a team of 11, working double, sometimes triple shifts with only 3 hours a day for sleep. Together with the 2 dredgers, they have moved
3 hours?
30,000 cubic meters of
wish I got
sand
3 hours
and
of sleep.
soil. For comparison, this is 1 cubic meter, and this is 30,000 cubic meters. And here is what it looks like next to the Ever Given. That's a lot of sand. Subway sandwich for scale. And it's borne some results. Overnight, they managed to free the rudder from the left bank. And that's a big deal, because this rudder was acting as a bit of an anchor in the sand. Now free, the stern bobs around with the motion of the water. Great stuff. Meanwhile, the crew is doing everything it can to lighten the weight of the ship. That includes making a second plea for the ballast water to be ejected. Oh, please, the Smith guy's already tinkled in there. We just can't do it. It would destroy the ecosystem of Egypt. Please, 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 please. All right. Biodiversity. Let 1,000 algae bloom. Nice work. That'll make the ship 9,000 tons lighter, Kenthy. The water's so bright, I can barely see it coming out of the ship. Here, take these. No.
I don't deserve them. Sunglasses are for people who redeem themselves. That's not me. Hold on to them, just in case.
I love how he's like turning this into a drama.
Into the evening, the pace keeps up. We see Abdullah excavating away. But really, he's thinking about the moon. Rabbi, he's busy taking video calls. But he finds himself distracted with thoughts of the moon. Even Mr. Kaisha. Is there anything in this world that doesn't remind me of her?
More
Sailor
breaking
Moon.
news from the Suez Canal problem. Evergiver is stuck in the Suez Canal still. It's been almost a week. A tugboat should be able to move Evergiver's big ass. This is Nana Star, Nana Star's news channel.
Thank you, Nana Star. Very helpful.
The full moon shone brightly that night, kissing the nape of the canal's neck with its gravity lips. Full tongue. The canal liked it.
And spoiling the romance of the moment is a big fleet of tugboats, watching on voyeuristically. They are 17 in total, with just a bit over 1,600 tons of bollard pull.
Wow.
And here's how they're arranged around the Ever Given. Of the four most powerful tugs, 2 go at the front and 2 go at the back. They'll be pulling. Another 6 tugs are put on the flanks. 2 over here, 4 over here. They'll be pushing. The remaining tugs are fueled and ready on the sidelines, waiting for their chance to sub in. Positioned like this, when the word is given, all these ships are going to try and turn the Ever Given anti-clockwise.
Imagine they overshoot it and they just get it stuck the opposite way.
Looks great, guys! Do you think that this is gonna...
I believe in the supermoon.
This had better work. The guy with the ruler down by the shoreline yells out, "The tide has hit its peak!"
Al Sayed commands over the radio.
Start main engines. Tension on. Full ahead. The tugs start moving. They carve through the water with ease. The immense power from the tugs meet the resistance of the Ever Given.
It was at this point that the narrator said something really poetic. Stuff about the night. About how the ships were like dances on the water.
For juxtaposition, we cut away to that crab again.
Which everybody hated. It's like a metaphor if you think about it.
The tugs are sliding to the left. They're sliding to the right. It's not working! Diesel fumes fill the air as the tugs keep increasing their...
Oh, I said it would have been funny if they get it unstuck, but because they have so much power with the tugs, it just flips around and gets stuck again the opposite direction.
Power. The water violently foams behind the tugs. Everyone is staring at the back of that ship.
Come on. Move. This goes on for minutes. More minutes. Even more minutes.
An hour. 2. 4 hours. By 4:30 a.m., the moon's power is starting to wane, and there is very little progress.
Don't give up. The tide only goes down so that we can rise once again.
Your moon gambit has cost Egypt dearly, Al Sayed. Guards, prepare the sarcophagus with the beetles, like in the... What the hell is that? Under the water, all of this tugging has loosened the sand, the soil, the rock.
Could it be?
The sound of metal tensing and flexing. The ship is beginning to move. It is coming free from the bank.
Again.
The supermoon gives one last howl.
It worked. They pulled the ship from the bank. At the back, at least. Now, the bow is still wedged in there pretty good.
But this is progress. We're halfway to freedom. Keep going. So they did, all morning. "7:30 a.m. The sun is rising. The tugs have been pulling all night. But the most difficult task, freeing the bow of the ship, remains beyond them." Well, I guess even the moon
they got
has
one
its
end.
limits. I don't want to hear it, El Said. It wasn't enough. That bow is still stuck. No, Mr. President. They're not saying that the bow is still stuck. They're saying, take a bow. And then something else that rhymes with stuck. I gotta go. They were loading up the missiles for Plan B, as the guys on social media suggested. I lied about the crane thing. This was always the plan, says the Smith guys. You know what, Canterville? I agree. They should just blow us up. What? My career is over now, too. You're the guy who blocked the canal, and I'm the guy who couldn't get it cleared. We've brought instability to the Middle East. But enough, Canterville. I raised your hopes with moon-based promises. But look at the tide. It's low. Low tide. And yet, I am lower still. Canterville looks pensively out the window. And it was at that moment that he had his character arc. He realized that he was the captain, and the captain is always in charge. Shut up, El Said. We shall continue, regardless of the tide. Is that not the Egyptian way? Don't you remember the story, El Said? That every young Egyptian kid is told about the human pyramid? No. Where there's one guy at the bottom who gives up and we all fall down? Heck, it ain't a triangle if you don't try. We need to be strong, together, like a pyramid. It's what Giza would have wanted. You're right, damn it. Thank you, Canterville. That's the most inspirational speech I've ever heard in my life. I'll never lose my faith again. And even though you're kind of the worst captain I've ever seen,
Forgot about the shiny hood. Yeah, it's still going. You're too invested into the story, huh?
So they pressed on all morning, enthusiastically and vigorously tugging away, beating off the fatigue, but to no progress. Okay, everyone, take a break. Copy.
I wasn't expecting him to say that while I was taking a drink. Ow. Oh my god. Ow. Well, that was... I almost did. Like, I thought the first part was kind of funny, but then he just full on just said beating off. I almost choked on my water. Oh, ow. That hurt a little bit. Whew.
We'll have lunch and pick up again in a couple of hours. Then suddenly, one of the Smith guys comes busting into the room. I've got an idea. Everybody turns and looks at the Smith guy. All right, well, sorry about the boring diagram, but take a look at this. Remember how we emptied the ballast tanks before? Yeah, of course. Well, now that the ship is half floating, what if we refilled the ones at the back? On this part of the diagram, where the ship is almost floating. That way, it will sink lower here and allow the bow to sit up even higher on the bank. Canterville gives El Said a knowing nod. I got this. I know a guy who owes me a favor. Please. A few hours later, the ballast tanks were filled. And it worked. The bow lifted ever so slightly. It's working. And it gets better. It's now 2 p.m., and that means high tide. Guys, I've got another technical issue. All right, what is it? It's easier if I show you with a drone.
Hold on, let me try again. Right, you can see the ship is lodged at the front. The guys are pulling, but it ain't budging. However, a lot of force is building up here. And what if it were to break free? The sudden release could propel the ship straight across the water with a hell of a lot of momentum. It could span the entire canal and land on the opposite bank, only to run aground.
Why is he using a sandwich? And wait, why did it take me so long to realize it was a sandwich? Okay. It's a sub sandwich. That'd make more sense if it was a friggin' submarine. It's a friggin' boat.
Again, worse still, it could pin these small tugs in its wake.
Why would you do that?
Dangerous. To solve this problem, they did a bit of a safety briefing, and they got some rope. 4 ropes, actually, tying the bow of the ship to somewhere on the land. The lines look great, guys. With the contingency in place, the tugs start up again. And about an hour later, at 3:05 p.m., movement. The bow began to shift. Okay, that's definitely moving. This is it. It's working. The ship made a big noise as it accelerated from the bank. And at first, excitement and relief. The bow was coming free. But uh-oh. Remember that concern about the overswing? Well, it's happening. Okay, the only source we found for this part of the story was Bloomberg, but they said that it happened and we wanted to build it. So this recreation is how we imagine it went. The 4 support ropes take strain. Then, snap. One of them breaks. Do you think it's going to hold? I think it's going to hold. Move those tugs out of the way. Snap. Another rope breaks. Captain El Sayed. It's going to hold. Get your tug out of the way, but it's going to hold. Snap. A 3rd rope breaks. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A single strand is the only thing holding this ship from swinging all the way to the other bank and being stuck. Forever. Without even realizing, Canterville grabs Al Sayed's hand and squeezes it tight. It's gonna hold. You're a madman, Canterville. Mad passionate about this canal, and I ain't afraid of nothing. He said very cold-backedly. The engine shut off. All that could be heard is the squeak of tightening rope and the scream of torsioning metal. Sacre bleu, said Abdullah, but it is slowing down. It comes to a halt. The final rope held. They really did it. And the Ever Given rested easy in the middle of the canal.
Huzzah!
Al Sayed turns to Canterville. Power up the engines. Let's get your ship moving again. I'm on it, says Canterville. All of the tugboats start honking their horns in celebration. Cheers can be heard from the main dredger, the Mashauer. In fact, they filmed this celebratory video. You heard them right, Mr. President. We did it. We did it. It's free. I told you. All in a day's work. The president takes his finger off the nuke button. Pack it up, boys. I can't believe it. All that digging really must have made a difference. Oh. Good. Everybody hated that crab. We did it, Gene. We did it. Gene? Where are you? Captain, who are you talking to? Gene! Captain, there's no Gene on board. Wait a minute. No, it's impossible.
Eugene, wait! Thank you. I'll always remember you, Cantherville. And so the canal was clear once again, and... Chop, chop! You still got work to do.
I don't know
By
what's
8 p.m.,
happening
the
anymore.
workday had not finished for the Suez Canal Authority. There's still a backlog of 400 ships waiting to go through the canal. So Rabbi stands in front of microphones and says, "The canal will be operating around the clock until the queue is cleared." And within a few days, it returned to normal. It was a big accomplishment. Many industry experts thought it would take several months to free the Ever Given. But the crisis was resolved within a mere week. Prepare the sarcophagus for the doubters. Even Egypt's president came out and said, "Good job, everybody. You know what? Pizza lunch." And the Suez Canal Authority held a ceremony in honor of the workers who helped to free the ship. And they also made this monument, which you can see on Google Maps.
Yay!
But the story doesn't end here. A quick note on the helmsman's penis. Now you, me, and everyone in the press saw that VDR data.
Fragwürdigen Penismanöver genutzt.
But despite how realistic and to scale it was not deliberate. Yes, sheer coincidence. If you watch the VDR data, he really is just dodging the ships, and that's the shape that the path took. So he didn't get in any trouble.
So he inadvertently drew a penis on the GPS data, but he didn't do it on purpose. That's kind of funny, actually. That's amazing.
All right, I suppose one more smaller detail. Now that the Ever Given is free, what's going to happen to it? And what's going to happen to the crew? Well, the Ever Given was tugged over to Great Bitter Lake, where they determined that the ship was seaworthy and not in any urgent need of repair. But it's also going to be impounded. Oh no. Hey, there's, police boats outside. Why? What did you do? This ship and its crew is now subject to the indefinite detention by the authority of the Egyptian government. Until you pay us, the Ever Given may not leave, says the Suez Canal Authority. Yes, we will be holding on to the Ever Given. It's our view that there was no wrongdoing on the part of the Suez Canal Authority or its two pilots, and it was all the crew of the Ever Given, so their ship will be held until the parent company agrees to rightfully pay us for all of the costs incurred. Ruh-roh. Now here's where things get very complicated, and there is a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo. But the crux is this. The Suez Canal Authority says, "Dear Ever Given owners, you owe us $900 million. And Shoei Kisen Kaisha says, "No way. How many yen is that? No way." So by April 13th, some of the crew was allowed to leave, but a lot of them have to stay. And there's a certain nervousness in the air. Large legal battles can go on for a while, and there was already a bad example of this just a few dozen kilometers away. The MV Aman. Do not ask about that ship, helmsman. The MV Aman is a much smaller vessel, and it has been abandoned for years, detained by the Egyptian government in 2017 for expired safety equipment. Now, they were told to replace the equipment and pay a fine. However, there was no one to replace the safety equipment or to pay the fine because the shipping company went broke.
$900 dues.
So they just abandoned the vessel. There was no way for the legal situation to advance. And that meant that there was no way for the ship to be released. Most of the crew had to stay on the ship, and they would keep them there for more than a little while. 13 months before a judge finally decided, all right, look, just leave the keys with one guy. We'll call him the custodian, and everybody else can go home. Now, that custodian was a Syrian man named Muhammad Aisha. Look, he's holding the keys. He's holding the keys. You have to stay on the ship now. Everybody else got to leave.
So he just lives on that boat forcibly?
On top of the 13 months he'd already been there, he spent the next 3 years aboard the ship. Quickly, the ship ran out of fuel, which meant it ran out of power, which meant it ran out of running water. No refrigeration either. Food ran out. Every few days, Mr. Aisha would be allowed to swim onto the shore to get food, water, charge his phone, but he was only permitted for about 2 hours until they would tell him to scoot. Would this be the same fate for the Ever Given crew? They did not know. But we do, so let me tell you. A few more weeks passed, and the negotiations continued. You guys had those 2 bickering pilots. Yeah, but the captain's always in charge. Sorry, who didn't arrange for tugboats while we were going through the canal? Oh, that was you guys. I'm going to put 20,000 containers on one of the...
Well, it's probably illegal, but at the same time, like they said, that the company went bankrupt, so technically the legal system couldn't do anything. So it was like they were just stuck in a legal battle with a side that literally wasn't there. I don't know, that's so weird.
The largest ships in the world and go double the speed limit, then complain about tugboats. But eventually, they all got together in a big room, and they went, I'm sorry about all those things I said and those emails I sent. I didn't mean it. I was tough on you as well. They embraced. They made amends. They made love.
Disclaimer, they did not make love.
You can keep using the canal, but sometimes we get to go fishing on the boat. That's fair. That's tough, but that's fair. They shook on it. It was an Egyptian handshake. Where they do the thing with the elbow. There was a mummy.
I think he's having a little too much fun.
This story sucks. By September, the crew was allowed to return home. They only got MV Amand a little bit. And that guy on the MV Amand, he got to go home too.
Yay!
Why not? Get out of here, you scamp. The Ever Given made its delivery to Rotterdam. They did it! All the cargo is here. Although, it wouldn't hurt to check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Canterville continued his career in shipping. It wasn't the end. Maybe just one more for the road. It's a great time to be a cargo ship captain. I can tell you that much. Al Said returned the Lunexicon back to the Sphinx. Thank you, old friend. And the Ever Given had some minor repairs done to the bow over in Qingdao Port in China.
Minor repairs.
And then she was ready to set sail again. The Ever Given was released back into the wild. It sailed into the sunset. Ever since then, global trade has improved. Prices have gone down. The economy flourished once again.
EB Games. I'm
Food
sad.
returned to the supermarkets. Mothers clutched their babes. A litter of puppies. And peace was finally restored to the Middle East. Forever.
Forever.
The end.
Well.
Thanks again to Salee. The easy way to get
I
data
feel
on your
like-
phone when you're overseas. And 15%
I
off?
feel like
Well,
I
that's a
learned
good
so much, and yet I like nothing happened. That's a good video though. I felt like I was watching a learning channel, but also a comedy. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like nothing happened, but I learned things. Help. Excuse me. And then that one time I almost died because I was choking on my water. what they need to do in school. Serious. I feel like I learned more from that video than I did in like 4 years of school. And I'm not saying that just because I'm so old I don't even remember what school was like. Totally not at all. Alright, let's see here. Amazing Digital Circus. Oh, wait, hold on. Gotta make sure I do this. Hold on, I like that video. Give it a good old like. Heck yeah. And here is a link to the video if you guys want to check it out. Give it a like. Make sure to give Internet Historian the credit that is due. He pretty good. I like his stuff. Very, very good video. I like it. We'll play some BG3 with map. Alright. Have some fun. Make sure to eat, people. You know, it's healthy for you sometimes on a Tuesday. Very good watch. Very, very good. Dark Urge Summit. Well, yeah, you're definitely gonna eat people. Alright, let's see here. What other videos might we have? I started a Dark Urge, but I never actually played it because I had just gotten done with like a 200-hour playthrough, and I'm still burned out. And when I tried doing the Dark Urge, I just was like, I don't want to play this right now. Oh my god! Excuse me. Oh, I was not expecting that. Burp. Ugh. Let's see. Let's see. HoloLive. Popular. I didn't mean to run backwards. Minecraft. Once again, I have proven that my YouTube is so broken. Well, let's do this. Because I only got like 2 hours left. I say... Whoops. We just full screen our Pokemons. Like so. Wait a minute. That was weird. Pokemon. Done. And this one. Maybe? What's happening? Shining Pearl. There we go. Sweet. Everything should be proper. And now, reset that. It's so quiet. Why is it so quiet? Hmm. Oh yeah, you know what I need to do. Options. I turned all these down so I could. There we go. I got all these on and off. I like the red one. Yes. Let me save here. There, now my sound should be on all the time. Dun 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 bum bum bum. What's going on? No, no, no. So how'd your Fallout 4 Legendary's coming along? Anything new? Anything new? Everything explode? You got a fat boy that shoots 10 rounds a second? So I moved on. Fair. I get that. Hell, I've already had a few moments where I'm like, you know, I should just accept that I'm not going to get a Chimchar move on because I really want to play this game. I really do. But I just... Jump, 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 jump. Get out of here. What is this? Ah, that's Camila. Okay. I see. I see. Shabba-da-bwah. See, now I have sounds. Yay. Goodness. Yeah, I heard Lucas. You're impeding my shiny hunt. Whip, 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 says the birds. Excuse me again. Getting a little phlegmy. Why? Why am I so phlegmy? Monkey. Monkey. Meh. What's going on? He says. You know, if anything, I'm at least happy that the Starly hasn't been shiny. You know? I think if I get a shiny Starly first, I'm gonna crash out. That's what's gonna happen. Yet. Like I think I might set a rule that if the Starly ends up being shiny first, I might just move on. I don't know if I can handle it. Hey, we're back onto a 69. Ad break! How dare you, Bezos? How dare you! That's okay. It's probably a good time to take a quick break anyway. Alright, quick BRB, everybody. I'm gonna let the ads do their thing. Mandatory Bezos break, go! Alright. Burb. I have returned the big 270 reset. Will this be the one? Probably not. But I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. It's close. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? Ah! Just gonna punch my mic real fast. Nope. Shabba dubba dum bum. Shabba dum bum bum bum. Papa. Hata papa. Subscribe star. What is that? Is that something I should be scrolling past? TikTok, Twitter, hello? Monkey. Ah! Ah! Mm-hmm. Wabum, wabum, wabum. Give me the shiny monkey, please. Dang it. Over and over again. Once more time. Everywhere I look on Twitter recently, it's everything about that peanut guy. I really want to know what happened. Everyone's friggin' talking about him. But I also just don't care, you know? Whip. That's fancy. They're yelling out here. What the frick? They're going crazy. They're going stupid. Shiny monkey. Shiny monkey. They're adding Kim Kardashian to Fortnite. I don't... Am I crazy? Isn't she I don't know how to say it. Doesn't she produce adult content? This seems like a really weird addition to Fortnite, which is a kid's game. Like, I get that Fortnite does a lot of collabs, but making a skin from an adult content creator in a game for kids? it. Am I just old? Isn't that just horribly wrong? Maybe I'm just old and prude or something. I don't know. But that just seems... I don't know why that's upsetting me as much as it is. I don't even play Fortnite. I don't care. But, like, you're literally putting... It's literally a game for children. Whatever. I don't care. I do, but I don't. That is insane to me. I mean, like, there are odd characters, but, like, an adult film actress as a skin. Like, don't you think someone... Like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of adults who are like, I got the Kim Kardashian skin. But what about kids? Like, you're not afraid that those kids are going to go out of their way to be like, oh, I'm going to look up Kim Kardashian, and then, you know, from there, like... Maybe I'm crazy. Sorry, I scrolled past that and that just... They have done stuff from adult shows before, like Peacemaker, a show about Nazis. Okay, but I feel like the difference is those are fictional, like superhero, anti-superhero. Like, yeah, they're from more mature audiences, and I still disagree with that. But I feel like there's a difference between putting in a fictional character from a fictional situation that versus an adult film actress. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Almost went into full battle mode there. And I saw the thing about Peacemaker, like they changed his dance because of some stupid like thing. Like it didn't even make sense why they changed it. It was literally just stupid. Yeah, but what do I know? I'm just a VTuber. I'm just dumb. was meant to be the Nazi symbol, but I haven't watched it, so IDK. I know, like, he did a dance thing where, like, his arms went in opposite directions, and I don't know. It was the most far-reaching thing I've ever seen. Like, it was just soccer mom, Reddit moms, whatever you want to call them, people just going out of their way to be like, this is a Nazi symbolism. Blah, 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 blah. It was just dumb. But I also only saw like a few shorts of it, so maybe I'm just ignorant. Ignorant BTuber having opinion on internet again. Dang it. How dare I? The whole Roblox shit that's happening, it's still happening now. Yeah, I've heard Roblox has a huge problem. And they don't seem to care. Bum 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 bum. Dang it. Gonna hit the big 3-0 soon. Whop. And I've been seeing a lot of clips on that dispatch game. I'm really wondering if that's one I should pick up and try. It looks fun. I just don't know if it's the type of game I'd be into. Really, really bad spot. I mean, they did collab with Ice Spice, who I think also did adult content and was also thinking of adding a relationship feature to it. I don't even know who Ice Spice is. His name sounds made up and stupid, to be honest. But I just... It's another game that's for children! Why? You don't need a relationship thing. You don't need, like... What... I get that your audience grows up. I do. But if you have a game that's catered to children, the adult the people who grew up with it are still going to enjoy it, but you still have children coming in. Your audience doesn't stop being children. Shaking your ass on stage. So you mean like 90% of, shitty rappers recently? Isn't that how they all get famous right now? I almost picked the frickin' turtle. Yeah, if your fame comes from you shaking your ass, you're not really famous. I'm sorry. I'm one of those weird people that always thought that twerking was the dumbest thing. Like, I'm sorry. It's not dancing. I don't care how many twerking dance instructors are out there. Twerking is stupid. It is the dumbest thing. Anyone who considers it a dance is out of their mind. Meh. Bum. That people like it so much. Yeah, I really don't either. And like, this may be TMI, though it is the internet, so most people don't care anymore. But I get that it's probably people that are, into big old booty cheeks, and it's probably a thing. But I never understood why people are into ass so much. I really don't. Like, I'm not going to sit here and judge people for it. People like what they like. But I have never been able to wrap my head around being attracted to ass. Maybe I'm the weird one. Which is weird to say, because like, I can as a guy, as a fellow, I can appreciate a nice booty cheek or two, but like, it's not something that I would be like damn, look at that ass. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird. uh, yeah. So many other parts of the human body that are more attractive. But no, people gotta look at the pooper and go, yeah, that. Yeah, it's probably a bit TMI. I got a little passionate. I'm sorry. Bum, bum, bum. Add to the counter. 20 more till 300. is this? Well, it's different a bit for me, but ass isn't the only attractive thing. I mean, like I said, it's everyone's attracted to their own thing. Like, I'm not gonna judge anyone for it. I'm just saying I don't understand it, you know? And I've even tried to understand it, and I just don't. Chimchar. Blah. People like what they like. It's true. Very, very, very true. Oh. Apparently, Jason Momoa is going to be playing Lobo in the new Supergirl. First off, I didn't know there's going to be a new Supergirl. Hopefully, it's not more Netflix or Hollywood garbo. But Lobo, I never thought we'd see a cinematic version of him. That's kind of cool. And Jason Momoa, even probably, he looks the part even without all the makeup. Freaking Lobo. That's amazing. Actually, I will judge. It's like something super weird, like Borderline saying. Fair enough. I don't think he's ever been in a show or a movie yet. I think he's been like in like little bits of like cartoons and stuff, but I don't think he's ever like been a cinematic portion of something. I think it's gonna be dope. Jason Momoa of all people. Like, didn't he? I thought he was. I guess this isn't gonna be like part of the Snyderverse, so I was gonna say he did play Aquaman, but he, I think, will make a great Lobo. I think he could pull it off. Yeah. Think we'll hit 300 before... Yeah, I think we'll hit 300 before 6 o'clock. Definitely. I mean, I don't want to hit 300, but I'm sure we could. You'll 100% hit 300. I can't tell if you're being like, yeah, we'll hit 300, yeah, we'll do it, or if you're like, oh, yeah, it's gonna happen, man. You don't even know. Ugh, goodness. The second one. That's fair. That is 100% fair.
Don't forget to stretch.
Stretch! You can't make me! I am doing full gremlin mode. Stretching is forbidden.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, fine. Oh. Oh.
Please sit up straight.
And just stretch. Left. Right. Oh, back. Oh, goodness gracious. And a hydration. Ah. Delicious. And another reset. Thank you, thank you. You know, I'm starting to wonder, do you like having to push all three of those or being able to do one at a time? Or do you think I should just do like a one button thing where it's like streamer care package, where it's like, you know, just stretch, sit up, hydrate, all in one? What do you think? What do you think? Long stretches and drinking gets forgotten. It really do though. If I didn't take my breaks during my the ads, I would 100% just sit here and be full gremlin mode for like 8 hours. Talking from experience, just hit all three. All right. I kind of figured. I just thought about it. It's like sometimes I wonder if I should just make one that's a streamer care package and leave all three, you know? I don't know. Just silly things. Silly things. $18 hours straight on a gaming marathon. I think my last birthday, I did like a streamathon. I did a 24-hour stream. I think I maybe drank twice during it because I was just going ham. And then somebody did the hydrate, and I was like, oh my god, I am parched. Oh my god, help. I'm gonna scratch this guy. Yeah. Deserved. Okay. No clue you did that. When is your birthday? My birthday is on May the 12th. The same day the androids attacked in Dragon Ball Z. And probably many other things, but that's always the thing I remember. Yeah, I haven't done a streamathon since because I don't really understand those. Like, I see other streamers and VTubers do like subathons and streamathons and all that, and I'm just like, I don't understand those. Like, maybe I'm not fully integrated into streamer culture yet, even though I've been doing this for like 2 years. And I don't know, doing like a subathon feels so weird to me because it's like, I don't know, like I don't want people to show up just to subscribe. And maybe I have a bad mindset about that because, like, if I do want to make this my job, maybe I need to. But I don't know. It's a weird concept for me still. So I don't do them probably as often as I should, you know? So my boyfriend's birthday is May 13th. Heck yeah! May's such an awesome time to have birthdays. I have no reason to back that up other than the fact it's my birthday. Oh, whoops. Nope. Come on. Reset. There we go. We are maybes. Maybe babies. May babies. Maybes. Meh. It's a pretty good view for me. A lot of streamers just do it for the money, and I don't even enjoy it, but I do understand making money, obvious. But they make it all about the money and not the having fun part, too. It's true. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I am doing this, and I have sunk money into it, and I do want to make it, like, my job. And to a degree, I have. Like, I do this full time. But I don't know, like, it just feels sometimes like I have to let go of the having fun and start doing it as, you know, a company thing, you know? Start pushing subathons or start pushing, you know, some kind of monetization. And I don't know, I just don't want to do that. I would rather just, you know, people comfortably give me money if they want to. Like, I want people to subscribe because they want to. Like, I am entertaining enough for them to be like, you know what? This anime this dumb dude who uses anime avatar, he's pretty funny. Here's a sub or a bits or whatever, you know? That's what I would rather have. And I guess technically, like, you know, bigger streamers, like, they have a community that loves them. So, like, obviously, they would love to give them money and stuff like that. And I get that. I do. But I don't know. Like, just the idea of just having a day where it's like, hey, guys, I'm having a 12-hour subathon. Like, that just tells me, like, it's a subathon. So, obviously, we're here to sub to me. So, sub to me. Like, I don't know. I've just not been able to wrap my head around it. Like, maybe I just need to understand streamer culture more, and I gotta figure out, like, the appropriate times to do a subathon or a streamathon or whatever a thon or something. So I think there's, like, dono-thons, too. Like, I want to keep having fun. I do, and I still do. Like, I still play games. I know there are people that do reset streams on Pokemon and stuff, but, like, this is my first time doing this, and I've actually been having a lot of fun doing it because, like, this is literally my first time actually shiny hunting, and while we've been staring at the same, like, minute and a half for, like, I don't know, 20 hours, I've actually really been enjoying myself, It's silly, but it's weird to say because it's like, it's not something I'm trying to monetize. I'm just trying to have fun. But I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that train of thought. Maybe I should just be like other VTubers. Give me money. Teehee. Blush. Wait, do I have a blush? Hold on. I can blush. Teehee. I forgot I had a blush. I was looking at my blush. Hold on. Was the monkey? Nope. It's normal monkey. I don't know. Maybe I'm just still too old school about jobs and income and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I forget about most of my toggles. Like, that's how new I am to all this. Like, I have a full model and everything. Like, let's see here. I put my hair up. I did that one the other day. That one I actually do, and I actually put my hair up. I got my outfits. My Zelda shirt. That one I like to toggle between. But then I have, I got Going Pale. Oh, God. I got Blush. Stop it. Don't say that. And then I got my Angry. It's how this Pokemon game's making me feel. I think I can combine them. I think I can literally be like blushing and angry. Or blushing and pale. I guess the pale and angry would probably be... I'm very bad at using them. I am. I should probably use them more. It's just tsundere. No, it's not. Aka. Yeah. Ah, thank you. Appreciate it. Did I even choose the right Pokemon? I was half paying attention. I did. Okay. Shh. I was about to be worried. Imagine I got a shiny Piplup right there. That'd have been crazy. Not gonna lie, if I accidentally choose one and I get a shiny of it, I'm just gonna give up on Chimchar. Not gonna lie. Bumpa, bumpa, bumpa. Monkey. Mm-hmm. Bumpa. Ah! Ad break! Alright. Gotta get through this reset and I gotta go do a quick BRB. I keep clicking on the freaking portal. I don't know, enjoying streamers coming here and watching streams is some of the most fun I've had. It's generally like hanging out with a friend and watching them play a game. Gonna be up a lot of days when I'm pretty down. So aw, I'm glad I could help. I know I'm just kind of goofing off, but you know that's kind of what I'm here for. You know, I just want to have fun, hang out, do things. You know. But I'm glad I'm glad I can provide that for you. I really do. That makes me happy. I'm very, very happy. I do appreciate you being here. I do love talking with people. As you could tell, I don't get to talk to people a lot. To be honest, my social interaction is usually just the people I live with and whoever's online. So I get to talk to people too by doing this. I do appreciate it. And I'm glad I could provide. It's usually why I like to stream on, like, you know, normal days. Yeah. I'm also very bad at getting compliments. I just... Did I push the reset button? I don't remember if I did. The game's always free. I can't promise that. I'm very, very bad at reaching out. But I will keep it in mind. You didn't? Yeah, I didn't think I did. I was getting a compliment, and I couldn't think. Oh, the ad break is done. Wait, I was supposed to take a break. Hold on. Quick BRB. I need to go grab another drink. I need to take my breaks, otherwise I forget. BRB. returned. I am back. Oh, and also, then I'll reach out and just DM us how you've been doing, all that jazz. Heck yeah. I may not reach out much, but I do read messages. I do. And while it is considered dreadful to be left on red, just know when I leave you on red, you left me with warm, fuzzy feelings. That's how I've always been. Plan. That's well, the nice thing about being a streamer, well, not just being a streamer, but being somebody who's been online for as long as I have, I've been able to read via context instead of just the text. So I get it. Don't worry about correcting yourself, unless I'm like very blatantly like stuck on a word like that's probably when you want to be like, I meant this, I'm sorry, I meant this. I am a context reader. At least I consider myself to be. Excuse me. Bum 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 ba 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 dum ba dum bum bum bum. Imagine, like, one of the things they do in, like, a future Pokemon game. Like, when you're doing hunting like this, you gotta choose the Pokeballs. Imagine they have a chance to just put, like, a little star or something on the Pokeball itself. Like a sticker or something. That'd be kind of funny. Or kind of cool, you know? Because isn't the Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond the one where you can actually put stickers on the Pokeballs? For like little flares and stuff? That'd be kind of fun. Would it shiny or not? I mean, yeah, I guess that technically would be another way to be like a little faster with the resets. But like, I don't know. Just like you happen across a ball that's got like a little sticker on it or something, or I don't know. So if you trade a Pokeball that's got stickers and stuff on it, will the Pokeball still have those stickers when you trade it to another person? I never really thought about that. If that's the, I think that's a Pearl thing. I know there was one Pokemon game where you could do that. I'll have to look it up. Pretty sure it's Pearl. Pretty sure. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Also, I do wish they added Ash's original Pokeball for Pikachu with like the Thunderbolt in the top middle, even if it was for an event Pikachu. That would be pretty cool. Not gonna lie. That would be pretty rad. You know, it would be even more rad and something that I don't think any game company would ever do ever, even though it's like one of the most popular things in like animes and stuff. I wish they would like actually make limited items. Like, there's only one Pokeball that has like a lightning bolt in circulation, and only one person at any time could ever have it. You know, or like in an MMO or something, like there are like actually legendary weapons that can't be duplicated, and once one person gets it, like only that person can have it in the whole game. You know, something like that. I wish a company would, like the Ring in Magic the Gathering. Maybe? I don't know. If they've done that, that's freaking awesome, and I hope it's true. If there's literally only one card out there, that would be magical. That's pretty cool. If they actually did that, that's freaking awesome. Props to them. I love it when companies take a chance like that. Like, there's always going to be buttholes out there that are going to try and, like, duplicate it or whatever, but, like, when you can do it properly, hell yeah. Getting close. Getting close. Yu-Gi-Oh's done it before? Have they? I mean, I've been out of the loop with really any card games for years, so I don't know, but what did they do it with, do you know? I made a card called Tyler the Great Warrior. It was for a kid with cancer, as he was a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan, and he beat cancer and sold the card. That's... I mean, it was his, so he can do whatever he wants with it, but, like... Huh. I don't know how to think about that. I would have kept it too. Are you kidding me? Like But I mean, to be fair, I don't want to be like. If you have a one-of-a-kind thing, there is somebody out there that's gonna be like, I will pay you $100,000 for this. I mean, even I would be like, You know, I like to think of myself as a collector too. I collect a lot of stuff. But being the American that I am, living in America, I feel like there's always going to be a price point where even I am like, okay, I might be able to part with this. I don't know. I feel like I'm never, like, I love collecting stuff. There are some things that I've collected, but I just feel like there's always going to be some kind of price on something. I don't think there's ever anything that I've received in my life that is so important to me that I just can't part with it. At least none that come to mind. I probably have, and I just haven't thought about them in a long time. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't have to worry about too much of that. Fair. I don't know nothing about UK. I'm not gonna lie. I am your average American man. If it's outside of America, I probably didn't learn about it. I'm very, very dumb when it comes to that. If it ain't America, if it's not my backyard, I don't have to worry about it. It's sad and boring here. I honestly wish it was sad and boring here. I really do. I'm tired of everything being so up in arms and everyone's offended by everything, and like it's not just an internet thing. Like I can't even go outside without somebody. Look, it's another white man. You know. I wish it was sad and boring. Is that sad to want? In the UK that happened recently was the London Gimp. Alright, what is the London Gimp? Because in my vocabulary, Gimp is somebody who is basically, like, not able to move, like missing a limb or something like that. I want to know. I wait with anticipation. I get was someone that went around London in a gimp outfit, moaning and groaning at people while pleasing himself, and apparently it stunk super bad too, and he got arrested for it all and got the name of the London. Damn! Well, just running up to people like, ugh. Yeah. Damn. That's crazy. That's a real case. I don't doubt it. Bum 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 ba ba bum ba-dum 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 bum. Hmm. It's just UK slang for a type of bondage gear, by the way. Oh! Maybe I misunderstood what it meant when I learned about that word, but oh, good to know. I mean, technically, mine wasn't too far off, just somebody who couldn't move well or missing a limb. It's not completely wrong, I guess. Blop. Blop. Okay. One more. Bring. It's so funny. All right. Let's see here. I will watch that one after stream. No, not the turtle. Excuse me, goodness gracious. Nike. And look at that. We have reached the big 3-0, baby. We've been doing this way too long. Not wrong. It was the Somerset Gimp. Oh. You got the Gimp part right. You know, that's what's important. Thank you. Again. Ah, I was hoping we'd get it on the big 300. Dang it. Chwa. Monkey, monkey. Well into the 300s. Do that do. So let's see. We're 300 resets into what? It's like 4,000 some odd. So let's see. We are almost at a 10% rate. If my numbers are correct. Obviously I need another 100 resets, but you know. So maybe more like 9-ish%, 8 or 9%. Yeah. It's not too bad. True. I guess it's once we go after 4,000, that's when we really need to start worrying about our luck and odds. Another reset. Yeah. Let's go, Tommy. Once more into the breach. Ah, itchy nose. Bert, Bert. Phone's going off. What's this? Oh, it's my Discord being 5 hours late. Hey, did you know Honest Doodle's online? No, I should go check it out. Billy, just a little, not by much. Yeah. Goodness. Sometimes they just sneak up on you, you know? Ah, goodness. I don't even pop my back a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Back pop too. Yeah, sometimes. I'm old, you know? My bones just pop. They just do that. Hey, I zoned out and have no clue if you sneezed. I did. I sneezed and my back went a little less loud than that. I think we got one more reset in me. Uno más. And Mikey. Ah. Alright. I think this will maybe be the last one of the day. Well, maybe we can get up to 310. Let's try to get to 310. Round it all off, you know? Can't end on a weird number. Just a couple more. Just a couple more. We got this. Heck, for all we know, 310 is my lucky number. That's gonna be my Shandy Chimchar. The heck was that? Exactly if we hit 100, 310. So let's see, we did 100 during the stream. Stream lasted 5 hours. Sounds like I got a dinosaur outside of my room. Y'all hear that dinosaur outside of my room? Very terrifying. Only 40 more hours? Yeah. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Very scary dinosaur. I live in fear every day. Boobies! Where? I don't see no boobies. You can't just say that and not have boobies. Pigeons, not boobies. Fair enough. Monkey. Dang it. Pigeons, not boobies. You made me excited. I thought there was going to be boobies, and then I was sorely disappointed. Gonna try and run a plus 10? Hell yeah! You got this, dude. I believe in you. Alright. Let's see. Survey says... Dang. Know what the guy singing the lyrics like I asked my grandma if I could go outside and she said, "You 20, you can do what you want." I don't know. 310, baby. The guy had glasses? Well, that really narrows it down. Right to me. Shoot. I'm gonna swap over to this. Let me see here. Maybe we could see if Grok knows, and then I'll end stream after I say no. Let's see. Oh, well, it was a pretty quick one. Let me see. See if I can find it. Hey guys, nice to be here and chat. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. I do. It's what is today? Today is hold. Today is Thursday, so I'm actually gonna have the next 2 days off, and then we will start again on Sunday. It's Friday. Oh yeah, it's already AM for you. Holy cow! Living in the future over there. I see how it is. Also, let's see here. I think I might have found it, Durf. Maybe. Let me see here.
Like, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And leave a comment. Let me know what your favorite part of the video was. And turn those notifications. Man, make sure y'all get raid. I ain't talking about spray. This ain't no cartoony old RPG game. Shadow Legends is packing with action with no type cross factions and squads in the game free to play. Oh, if someone say free, yeah, mobile and PC. If you want, I'm supposed to be. And if you want, you can come play.
Let's see here.
All right, I think I'm good. Hey, Grandma. Grandma? You, still in the game? All right, Grandpa, I'm about to head out.
All right, Kyle. You want some food before you go?
I'm good. I'm kind of hungry, but I'll eat while I'm out. Oh, no, baby, mine's leaving hungry.
All right, see you, Kyle.
You hungry, baby? Oh, so you ain't letting me, huh? Should've known you belong to the streets.
Does that sound familiar?
Already don't feed him what he needs, huh? Not even a little tiny snack before he leaves, huh? Please, hun. First off, better lean back. You've been tripping way before your injury, Mac. To say you ain't on my...
Hold on 1 second here. Durf, you still there? No? Okay. Hold on, let me go back to my live here. The one I found was this guy. Looks kind of like that. That's the only one I found.
Nerves that will be cap. Only thing that's really popping about you is your kneecaps. Granny ain't sweet. Bon appetit. Let me leave this earth before he leaves hungry.
I was the one that showed you? How long ago was it? Do you remember? I'm gonna go back to my chilling screen. It's an old video. Little dorky kid. I think I might know. Hold on, I gotta think of the name. Is it the haters wanna be me kid? Well, he doesn't have glasses though.
Hey everybody, it's Crispy Kreme.
This is the one that I thought of right off the bat. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of, Garrick. Krispy Kreme.
Hey everybody, it's Crispy Kreme, and I'm back on another track. This one's for the club. I've been shot about 500 times, and I've done about 1 million crimes. I killed a great white shark. I knocked out his teeth and I ripped out his heart. Talk crap and I'll give you a scar. Talk crap, I'll throw eggs at your car. I'll cut holes in your tires. I'll put poop on your porch and I'll light it on fire. Yep, said everybody wants.
Funny, but no. The only other one I can think of is... let's see. I don't remember his name. I think I know how to find him. Was it the greatest freak out ever, kid? This one? I don't know if it's the same kid.
mom just canceled my brother's World of Warcraft account, and he is freaking out.
He wears his glasses to his nose? Mm. I can't think of anything. Hmm. I honestly can't. It's the only lyric I can remember. Yeah, I don't. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I go outside today. Let's see here. I think it was this one. That's definitely not it. Video is not available. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to do some looking. Off the top of my head, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I even tried using Grok, and even Grok has no idea what you're talking about. Hi, Paul. Hi. How's it going? Says hi. I'm going back to my chilling room. Hi. What's up? Alright. But I'm going to be done for the day. I will have to... I will after I'm done with my stuff today, I will take a peek and see if I can't find it. Because if it's something I showed you, there's a good chance I saved it or something. Maybe. I haven't looked through my YouTube likes in a good long while. And I don't even know if it's a YouTube video. Might have been a friggin' TikTok or something. You never know. But I'll look. Anywho, I appreciate y'all. let's find somebody to raid on out to. Let's see who is on the line. Shtabba-dabba, shtabba-dabba, shtabba-dabba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, everyone's watching the Game Awards, apparently. I'll send y'all over to... Yeah, I'll send you guys on over to somebody who's watching the Game Awards. You guys can watch that. I'll send you on over to Anzu. Looks like she is watching it. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for being here. I will see y'all on Sunday with some more Pokemon. I do have a new schedule that I'm going to try and keep too, so it's not going to be as much Pokemon going into the week. But I will post that. I posted it on Twitter. I will post it in the Discord. But I will see you all then. Toodles, everybody. Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
Shot of this scene right now.
Yeah. Honest Doodle, welcome Raiders. Miss Piggy, please.
Oh.
Chat, don't look.